7 minutes past the hour. Here we are again. It happens quickly, doesn't it? We start a brand new week together. And we thank you for being with us. The number 866 We Be Big. Eddie Van Adler, he's got TV rolling. We got Greg Burgess. We got Michael Helms. I am Speedy. The Good Time Gang is here. Rick and Bubba join us in 1 hour from right now for the main show. Until then, we'll kick things off, get things started. And you help produce the hour. And always email is great. You can go to rickandbubba.com, click on contact. All of our email addresses come up. If you'd like to communicate that way, you can. Or call 866-WE-BE-BIG. They'll be unscreened phone calls, but you can always join in on the conversation. Well, let's look back at a very busy weekend in all of our lives and see how it went and look at the stories of the day and get things started for the boys. I mentioned their names: Adler, Greg, Helmsy. What's up, boys? How are y'all? Y'all good?
Pretty good.
Gentlemen.
Everybody fired up?
Yeah.
Ready to go?
Back again.
Here we go.
I know.
Came through some rain on the way here.
Yeah. How about the rain?
That's all it's done here.
Where we live, it has rained
I got
and
good
rained
news.
and rained. I do
About
too.
midweek, it's going to get cool.
Yes,
that front's
sir.
going to come through, and it's going to be cool outside.
Mm-hmm. Come Wednesday, let's go. It is
Just
going to
gotta
be
get
nice.
there. A little
We
wet
do.
today.
Yeah. We got a little bit more of that.
Yeah.
So you're calling a little nip in the air coming.
Yeah.
Oh yes, that's the
Gonna be
forecast.
nice.
We're
That's
talking about
gonna change.
5-0.
That's going to completely change my routines in the morning when I have to take the dog out.
Oh really?
Unless
Yeah.
the dogs get fired up when it gets this. So Mr. Buddy, Marty, and me will all three be in the yard running circles. Because I get out there and get fired up
I
too.
know. Feeling that?
Seriously, when it drops a little bit, I'll look out the window and Buddy will go by just full speed. Now, I don't know what he's doing.
He's just happy.
running as fast as he can.
He's
run.
happy. He's like he's got new shoes on.
Yeah.
You know, just running.
Digging.
Did y'all ever do that when you got new shoes? Like start running everywhere.
I would run in the store,
Yeah, while looking down at your shoes.
looking at them as you cut.
Yeah.
My mother always laughed about it. She goes, "Oh yeah," she said, "You'd put them on and away you'd go."
Well,
through the store.
it makes you fast.
Well, you gotta cut.
Everybody knows that.
I can remember coming home, and I actually thought the shoes made the difference. I'd tell my dad, "Hey, these shoes here are pretty fast at PE today." I was smoking everybody.
And then I remember Tyler being the first one when they lit up. The ones that lit up when you walked.
Oh,
we
yeah.
bought him a pair of those one time, and he kept looking down, and he would run into he'd run into hangers
Watching
and
his
stuff because
shoes.
he was looking down. They'd light up, little red. Oh, it was good stuff. But yeah, no, it is where we live. I know some parts of the country it's already there, but where we live in the southeast, midweek span is calling for cooling it off. Highs around 70 and lows in the 50s.
And then next week it'll be 95.
Well, let's enjoy this right
Yeah.
now, okay? We got to get there first. So how was y'all's weekend? Good? Fired up?
Yeah, it was good.
It was good. It was other than maybe, I don't know, 8-12 hours of family being down and visiting
Yeah.
and the craziness that goes with getting ready for that
Oh,
and then
yeah.
the cleanup after.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't do a
always
whole
fun.
lot of anything but watch football and baseball and just hung out
Yeah.
with family. That rain made it really lazy for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it really did.
You go, like a lot of times on Saturday, you're like, I got things to do. I don't need to be sitting there watching this game, but boy, this made you. This weekend, you go,
and
nobody's mad
look,
at me.
I'm gonna be straight up. We had, because Maddie turned 9 over the weekend. There was birthday cookie cake and way more food than I ever needed to consume.
Yeah.
All that was going on. She got a desk for her, like a desk. And a little hutch
no horse?
thing. No. Of course, Dad. Of course, he gets there. He's got this giant box.
Well, you got to love that.
And
He said,
we're
"I've
all
never got
like,
this horse fit in it."
we're all like, what's in this box? And you know what Mac Daddy says? It's a saddle. Your dad's got you a horse.
No, he didn't.
Hey, well played,
Yeah,
Mac.
and
Thank
I'm like,
you, buddy.
You have to stop that.
I would not have come off that.
So, and the box really was perfect size for a saddle to fit in there.
No.
And so I thought, wow, so he may actually have this in it.
Got
Then
her
I
all
picked it up
excited.
and I realized it wasn't heavy enough to be a saddle.
Yeah.
So I was
What if
relieved.
it really would have been?
But yeah, so we go put to y'all's point on the rain. We go pick up this. We tried to pick it up Saturday morning. It was just a monsoon, and this is one of those deals where Amanda buys off Facebook Marketplace or whatever. So then we go off into somewhere I don't even know, And we get there, and it is pouring down rain, and
They've
put it up under their thing, so it's not getting wet. But but we can't just sit there and wait to stop raining. We got things to do, so we're out in the middle of the rain. I mean, I'm not talking. I'm talking gully washer, picking it up, having to put it in the car and get it home. And goodness gracious, that was the only time I really did anything productive.
Wow. Okay.
As far
you
as
did have a good weekend.
I mean, I mean, I had to clean the house and all that. Amanda, we did a lot of spicking and spanning, but as far as like getting out and actually doing
to
something,
go somewhere,
that's it.
So Tyler, he did this through the summer, and he's doing it again in the fall. He head coaches with XL Baseball Academy. Well, they called to see if JC could be an assistant because he played with them as well, and so they called and was like, hey man, can you be an assistant and whatever? And he goes, yeah. What's the schedule? He goes, well, you'll be with Tyler. And, that's either going to go one or two ways. Imagine you both coaching with your brother.
I get
all
it.
right?
I get
it. And so, but they do pretty good together. So they had weekend games. They had a tournament they had to coach. And the rain, talking about the rain, hey, we're playing. No, we're not. Hey, we're playing. We're moved it back. Hey, we're playing. And so you're on hold all weekend. So they go through, and they ended up playing one on Saturday. It got moved back to dinner time or whatever. Well, yesterday they had two, and I felt like a terrible parent. But I pull up, and I mean, they're coaching now. They're older, so I mean, we don't go to all the games. But if we can catch one, Terry's like,
there's a lot of baseball,
they're out there, coaching together. Let's go, blah blah blah. So I pull up, and it was in Hoover, Alabama. So I pull up for the second game, and it's just a downpour. And I put it in park. I sat there for about, I don't know, maybe 5 Mississippi, and put it in reverse and left. I'm like, I can't sit out here in this.
Yeah.
The game was about to start, and it was raining so hard. And I'm like, if I had a kid playing, maybe, but I mean, what am I going to do? Go watch them coach again in the rain? No, I'm not doing that.
You're on record for supporting your kids. I think you're okay with it.
Matter of fact, I even texted and I said, hey, you see the truck out here in the outfield? They hadn't started yet. I said, yeah. I said, watch it leaving because I'm out. Hey, thanks, Dad. But
stay dry.
But they it was a lot of that. Terry had she showed out a little bit, and she makes these sliders, and they're so good. And then she made some taco soup and stuff. She spoils us on the weekend. Well, word has gotten out to all of Reese's buddies. Hey, if you come over to the Wilburns, you're going to eat.
Oh, okay. Here they
and so she fed them about all weekend. And last night there was a couple of more that came over for the Chiefs-Ravens game. If you fell asleep like I did before that one was over, you missed the Ravens winning.
With our schedule, I don't even start a night NFL game. I don't because I know I can't.
Did that snap like some 11-game home game winning streak?
I'm not sure. It was at Baltimore.
Oh, it was.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, why did I see that a minute ago?
I don't know, but the Ravens ended up winning. There was a lot of last-second wins. The Cowboys kicked a 56-yard field goal and beat
the year of the Cowboy. I don't know if y'all know that.
the Chargers.
The Cowboy.
And I'm so sorry, Bubba. I laughed, but I laughed in just disgust of what you were feeling. The Vikings have a chance to win, they miss a field goal at the end, like 30-something yard field goal. But sorry about that, buddy. And so there's that for you. Did I see where Tua was carted off with rib problems? But they say some of the first, I guess, X-rays are good, that it doesn't look too bad, but they're going to, I think, evaluate a little bit more.
Glass toe?
But there was quarterbacks going down left and right, all over the place.
There's some big old fellas hitting you in
I'm
that league.
telling you, man. Good night. And then the two last night, Lamar and Mahomes, they were just showing out. They were throwing the ball all over the place. So it was a lot of action, a lot of football. Hey, college football and the refereeing, they get an F this weekend.
Good night. They had a bad weekend.
That was ridiculous.
I mean, a bad one.
Oh, my goodness. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We have a lot to break down, plus your calls, 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We got 22 minutes past the hour. It's the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour. Thank you so much for being with us. So there's a lot to talk about over this past weekend. If you're into sports, there was something for you every day. It was funny because a friend of mine who is a supporter of Helena High School football, where Reese plays and goes to school. There was a nail biter Friday night, so you got that. Then you got all the drama that came with college football on Saturday, and then Sunday. If you followed one of the NFL teams, he said, "I'm about emotionally done." Every day this weekend, I have had some type of last second nail biting win or loss. Yeah. So that was out there for you this past weekend. If you were able to enjoy some college football. And NFL too, just depending. And then it's like I said, it started with high school. Greg, you made the best decision ever, because where your son coaches at Thompson, they were also on TV, and you made an executive decision.
Yeah, I saw that rain falling at half, I thought, right, and that's really good coverage they have. Yeah. I mean, you can see really good on TV.
But when you're going to a game and you're not sure about the weather,
I know.
You got to go prepared. But you feel like a pack mule going in, But it's like if it starts to rain, you don't want to feel like a good and like, well, I didn't bring anything. So and then no offense, ladies, but if Mama's coming too, we really gotta have some stuff, And so we got jackets and cushions and all this. And so we go to the high school game, and I was very jealous of you because you were at home.
Oh, and what a great seat. And it was a great game. Yeah. And you can get up and go to the bathroom and get you a snack. Well, no, don't get me wrong. I like being at the games. Yeah. And I would rather be at the game. Yeah. But in this situation, it wasn't bad.
Right. But we were good until about the third quarter.
Yeah, that's about second half it started. I was watching. I said, ugh.
Everybody was
no lightning, so you have none of them delays, which are horrible.
Well, there was lightning, but not close. You can just see it. I know there's this heat lightning thing. There's no really Spans broke that down for us, so I'm not going to go into that. But let's just say you could tell it was far away, and everybody's like, "Oh no, is it coming?" And everybody was sharing like their radar with each other. This is what I got. What do you got? And it was like, is it going to hit us? Is it not going to hit us? And it looked like the really, really, really bad stuff that was, I'm talking, when I say bad, yellow and red, it went to the west of us. But we got the kind of the dark green on the radar, and man, we got sopping wet.
I mean, guess when we were growing up, nobody cared about us being in lightning, because I never remember a game stop for anything when I was in school.
No, I think they tried to just ignore it like they didn't see it.
I mean, it could be a monsoon, lightning popping. That I've never seen one called. Now they're doing the right thing. I know, but wow, that 30 minutes between every strike, push that game a little late, can't it?
Yeah, but then you got to make a decision. Hey, I'm wet, and that's just how it's going to be.
Yeah.
But it was a great atmosphere Friday night. But I thought about you sitting at home, and it was a very good decision on your part.
It was.
Very good decision.
And it was we have the local channel here that picks game of the week, and they do it really good. Yeah. They give you great angles. You get all the good angles. And so, some of these NHF, whatever it is, that online that you get.
Yeah. That's the one you pay for, and you never can get out of it.
You can't ever cancel it.
$10 a month. You can't. Anyway, I use that too when it's not on the local TV station if I'm not there, but like Thompson, they do a really good job. Their network, they got different views. But now some of these, if it's another team hosting it, I've had one last year where it's just a camera on, nobody's saying a word. You don't know down, distance, score,
nothing.
You got to try to keep up with it. It's just a camera, and that's it.
You better not go to the bathroom. You'll miss the touchdown. Not know what the score is.
And look, they would get out of the camera shot. The ball would, but like Thompson, they do it really good. It's even if you have to watch that one. Which, since I can't get out of it, I might as well watch it.
Yeah. I got so many emails and people contacted me on Beth Mowens, calling Mississippi State and Memphis.
I thought she did a hell of a job.
Well, so if I could just bring you into my personal world. So you got Alabama and Florida kicking off first, about 30 minutes before Mississippi State. And so you're going back and forth, and every time I went back over to Beth, I would mute it, and then she grew on me a little bit. And the guy that does color with her, he's pretty good. And so I'm like, okay, I'm just
about the unluckiest man in the world.
Yeah. And so I'm like, okay, I'm going to deal with it. I'm embracing it and I'm dealing with it. I got to get through it. And then when all these screwy calls came up where
she almost sounds like a man, so that you can pretend it's just a guy with a kind of a high voice.
Well, then Beth Mowens The call on when the Tigers did a scoop and score for 6. I heard Rick Burgess so much in that call. You had Tigers, you had scoop and score, and you had 6, and she was just
Scoop and score.
scoop and score. And then there was this weird punt where Mississippi State downed it, and then the back judge threw his beanbag and
That
waved his
was a
arms
weird
like
one.
it was, all right, time out.
Next thing I know, a guy's got the ball running
and
with
then before you know it, Memphis Tigers scooped it up and went the distance, and everybody's looking around like with their hands up in the air going, what's going on here? They let it stand, and to make things worse, Memphis had, you know how you hate these numbers, 2 number 4s on the field at the same time.
which should have been a penalty. Now,
Yeah.
did it give them an advantage for that play? No. What gave them the advantage was a terrible call by the ref,
exactly.
But this 2-number thing
Oh, my
drives
gosh.
me crazy.
It's insane.
And it
really
drives
is.
the people, even in the high school, when I was watching, not making the call, they'll call the wrong one.
Oh, yeah.
You
Oh,
know.
yeah.
Guys, there's 1 through 99. There's no reason to have anybody to have the same number.
Yeah.
And again, not going into it, who would want to wear someone else's number?
Right.
I don't want to share a number.
Right. I just don't understand, being a Mississippi State fan. I mean, I went on with my day and it just didn't wreck it. But it's just like, how did things not stop and y'all go, wait a minute, I threw my beanbag down and was
And now when I'm
waving for
doing
time to
this-
stop. How did they not get together on that? They just continued to play.
Did he not blow his whistle evidently?
Well, there was 2 of them. There was that guy, and then there was the
but doing
line
this
judge.
is signaling.
Yeah. And that's reviewable, according to the SEC officiating, who sent out, I guess, a statement saying the call was blown, it should have been reviewed, and there was 2 number 4s.
Yeah,
on
I
the
know. By
field.
the way, there were 2 number 4s.
And I knew that was going to happen. It was over. They lost, and I'm like, here we go. They're going to have some sorry announcement that doesn't help anybody right now. And sure enough, that happened. Hey, we blew it is basically it. Hey, the officiating, we blew it. Sorry, on us. This is what should have happened. Well, hey, thanks. There's no changing it now.
No. Because they say stats-wise, it wasn't even – I mean, it wasn't even close.
No.
I know that ain't, stats, whatever.
Right.
But they were saying if you looked at the stats and then say, and by the way, Mississippi State lost, you go, what?
Yeah. That's why they say stats are for losers.
Well,
But the stats
Also-
are definitely favoring.
I mean,
Yeah.
this right here,
Yeah.
the waving of the hands thing.
That's kind of why Mississippi State stopped playing, because the referee
Yeah,
was.
normally you do.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes till top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour. Busy show today and this week. We get another one started with you. And we thank you, as always, for making us part of your day. Kicking things off with the kickoff hour. Welcome in. We are sitting around just kind of shooting the breeze here during the breaks, catching up with each other over the weekend. I know we're texting and Marco Poloing and having a good time. Helmsy, I felt like you enjoyed being brought into my world a little bit on Friday.
Yeah.
And it consisted of being at a baseball game and a high school football game. I didn't want to do that too much, but I wanted to give you a little bit.
I will say this. I didn't get as much on the next day as I wanted to. I'll just be honest.
The next, what do you mean?
I mean, Saturday, I needed some follow up there.
Dang it, I'm sorry.
And I don't know if it's because I was just kind of hanging out with the fam or what. But now Friday was excellent.
Yeah.
Then I won't even. There's one that I didn't give you enough on.
Oh no!
When the other player was walking up. And you said you made a comment.
Oh yeah,
that was getting. I'll just leave it at that.
Couldn't believe it.
Yeah, that owned me.
Right.
But I wish I'd have had a little more.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so I will say this about college football this weekend. I really enjoyed and was completely wrong about Florida and Alabama.
Me too.
And I loved that football game.
Mm-hmm.
Everything about that football game, I loved. It was awesome. It's good. I heard Booger McFarland, I think it was, that said they actually do bleed when you cut them, talking about Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
I love that there was, of course, now the Alabama fans are so ridiculous that they want their defensive coordinator fired.
Y'all did win.
I don't get that. But I was not caring who wins the game. That was an awesome football game.
Well, anytime you root for a team, who wants a close game? You want a blowout. But if you're watching a game and you don't really have anything invested with either one of them, we want a good game, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
But I understand those, and we have some that are our neighbors that they don't want a close game; they want a blowout. But for those that just want to watch a good game, it was a good game, and you're talking about a game of two halves. I mean, good night. Florida came out in the second half and settled down. But Dan Mullen's always called a good game. Even when he was with Mississippi State, he called a good game against Alabama with that running quarterback and stuff.
I still don't think the Tide has anything to worry about. So y'all just calm down.
Actually, I think,
if anything, it was probably good for them.
Yeah. I mean, I think and how about this? They went down to the Swamp and won.
That was absolutely the perfect scenario for Nick Saban as far as coming back to having to coach the next day.
Yeah. He won't have to worry about the rat poison of the media anymore.
No,
loved everything.
Not this week.
Loved everything about the whiteout. Happy Valley, y'all showed out. Yeah. How you can get 110,000 people to do the same thing is amazing to me.
I love the story behind
towels.
it. I love the story behind the whiteout and the communications director or whatever for football operations that came up with the whiteout and how it all started. But I did not know that Penn State used to be known for how quiet the fans were there.
Oh, really?
I had no idea.
Why would you want to be known for that?
He said that, until the whiteout came along and they changed the culture up there, he said it would be like, 100,000 people that you could hear anything. Wow. It's like they just sat on their hands. Yeah. And then the culture changed, and then now you got what you got. It's bad when a structural engineer has to come in, and I know they are always looking at the stadiums and stuff, but they have to go let's make sure it can hold up to what we're what we got going on here. And I know that that's always happening, but you know what I mean. Just for the whiteout, I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, well, but to y'all's point, the officiating was
it's unbelievable.
Couldn't understand that
all weekend.
Didn't really understand the fourth down call either at the end of the game, but it's easy for me to do.
I've got to just be honest with y'all on something. So about that time, we had a house full. All right, and so we've got the game on. And I'm watching it, but I'm not paying attention to what's being said, and I'm not paying attention to every down.
Yeah.
So this 3 down, 4 down thing, I don't know what happened.
That was crazy.
What happened?
Well, you essentially had.
Well, they called intentional grounding, which is loss of down. Was that on that same series?
It was.
Which was a terrible
and
call.
Who's got the ball on this?
Penn State.
Penn State's got the ball.
It's a terrible call. I mean, the receiver ran the wrong route, and the guy throws the ball deep, and there was no one around him because I thought intentional grounding was avoiding a sack.
Right.
He was in no danger of getting sacked, and they called grounding. And in all that, because that's loss of down and all, somehow they got miscounted and ended up calling third down, fourth down.
They punted on third down, essentially.
Yeah.
Oh, they
Because
lost that
Franklin
down.
tried to argue it, and they were like, they even stopped, and the guy got on the speaker and said, fourth down.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, the TV crew starts running it back, and they go, no, look, count. Somebody didn't change the downs marker, which
So-
still shouldn't matter. The refs should be keeping
Right.
it on the field.
All right, so in that whiteout situation, and we've seen a couple of these situations here recently where the referee or white hat is trying to make an announcement, and you can't hardly even hear him because it's so loud, which tells me I bet you their communication has to be bad too. They got two ways, but do you think something in that type of it just breaks down communication, obviously, and they just couldn't, they couldn't
in a
communicate with
situation
each
like
other?
that, I think you would just they all knew at that point that something was not right because Franklin was screaming and other coaches were screaming, hey, just take a minute and look at it. That's all you had to do.
Right, okay.
And they didn't.
Right.
And so, boy, his interview at halftime was precious. When Holly Rowe asked him
She
about
asked
it.
him about it. He just stared.
He just stared, and it was like the best answer ever. It said so much without
Right.
saying a word.
It's like, do I want it? Do I
You
want
get in
this
trouble
fine?
if you criticize.
Yeah.
Correct.
It's almost like I'm just going to bite my tongue. The look on his face, and she goes, okay.
Well, the group or the staff was texting about that, and I was like, man, I kind of missed that. I don't know what was going on because we had it on, but we had the kitchen going, we had different things going, so we were watching it, but I wasn't paying that close attention to it. And so when y'all said that, I was like, what happened?
It was the opposite of that time they gave Colorado an extra one.
It was.
Yeah, it's the
Now,
opposite.
I
Of course,
did-
that wasn't a key situation like that one was.
Yeah.
Now I did see the targeting call at the goal line, which was tough.
That was a terrible call.
Yeah,
Several targeting calls this
So-
weekend. It's just
So the guy,
unnecessary.
he's low.
yeah.
And he's trying to get in the end zone.
Right.
What am I supposed to stay up high and try to keep him out of the end zone? How am I going to do that?
Yeah. Yeah, I
Throw
thought
my
that,
shoulder, which he did.
yeah. I don't care who you're rooting for. That was a crazy call there. I mean, just because what do you do? I mean, to his point, do I just let him score?
The two things.
Yeah.
Two,
Because you got to get down to he's scooting across the ground.
Yeah.
You got to get down to where he's at.
Sure, you do.
I want to point out that I absolutely love the white face mask.
Yeah,
the white face
I thought
mask
it
for
looked
Auburn
good.
looked really good, and glad that they're willing to finally jump out there and do stuff like that. Didn't know what that trick play was that they tried to do coming out of the half. That looked very
probably wanted that one back.
Alzheimer-ish, and
I
don't
thought
know.
Probably wanted that one
Probably
back.
wanted that back. Probably wanted that back in the fourth down call at the end of the game. That
Yeah, I'm
was
not sure
that
about
was about as low percentage as you can come. Two things I'm concerned about one team, and I'm excited about one team. The team I'm concerned about is Clemson.
Yeah, boy.
I don't know what's going on with them. I kind of gave them a pass week one, and
They actually dropped in the poll after winning.
don't understand that. And what I'm excited about, and will continue watching, and I never thought I would say this year, is Arkansas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I know they didn't play anybody this
No, they
week,
haven't.
but they did what they were supposed to do, and so now you're on my radar. But here's the thing: they got Texas A&M, Georgia, Ole Miss, and Auburn next.
Yeah, we're
That's
about
their
to
next
find
4
out.
weeks, so we're about to find out.
They've moved up to number
We'll
16.
We'll see.
Number 16. But, yeah, Clemson and Ohio State both slipped to the back of the top 10 in the AP college poll, even after winning. But Ohio State is Clemson's 9, Ohio State's 10, both 2-1. And Florida really didn't move much at all. They're still at 11 at 2-1. But Alabama, Georgia 2, Oregon 3, Oklahoma 4, Iowa is now 5. Then you got Penn State, Texas A&M, and then Cincinnati. They won this past weekend. They're at 8.
Watched a lot of that game.
Yeah.
Mac Daddy, for some reason, was wanting to watch that game.
was fired
so
up about it.
I was pulled into that, sitting there with him, and they get a good ball club
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
So they're one of those that are out of the top Power 5 conferences that
Yeah.
you wonder if
Yeah.
there was expansion, they'd be in, but they know that there's not.
Yeah,
at
and then
this
you got
moment.
Coastal Carolina, who keeps winning too. They're at 17. They're 3-0.
And then a different sport. I want to tell you too. I finally did over the weekend watch the entire Mets documentary.
Okay, good.
The,
Good.
I haven't
what
seen
is
the
it?
whole thing yet.
The Once Upon a Time in Queens.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Didn't give y'all enough on that.
How about Game 6?
I
There's
gotta go
so
back.
many things to Game 6 that I didn't know existed. I didn't
gotta
know
go
that
back and
players
watch
would
that.
go that far with things.
I know.
I mean,
didn't
They were
realize.
quite a bunch. weren't
Yes.
They were a little rowdy.
For some reason, you know how you misremember things. I forgot on Game 6 and we're talking about the Mets and the Red Sox. Red Sox, if they win it all.
Correct.
And the Mets come down to their last at bat.
It's 5-3.
Yeah,
Yeah.
5-3. And the Mets are
2
coming
outs.
up to their last at bat, 2 outs, nobody on.
Yeah.
and it's over basically.
Yeah.
I mean, they just need one more out, and it's over. And so the Mets, some of the players are back off in the locker room or the clubhouse. Some of them have already changed clothes. They're drinking beer, talking about their flights out.
Hey, is it Kevin Mitchell? Keith Mitchell, whichever one, Mitchell that was so good, so talented, athletic. He's one of the ones in there drinking beer, and he has to go pinch hit, and he gets on. Yeah, and Keith Hernandez, by the way,
get your uniform back on. You're pitch hitting.
What? Didn't know how much Keith Hernandez was as a leader. Had no idea. Yeah. But what's funny, Greg, is did you see this part of it?
I haven't.
That's unbelievable.
He's sitting, honest good. He's sitting in there, and he's ashamed that he's left. Like he's reliving this and goes, "I should have been in there. That's on me." But when they got two runners on, when the first two guys got off, he was actually sitting in Davy Johnson's office watching the game, and he thought, "There's something to this chair. I can't move now." So he wouldn't leave.
That's so good. That is
Typical
so
baseball.
good. But it was so over. It was so. Hey, how about the TV crew? So the TV, in the post game interviews, they're trying to figure out where they need to be. So they covered the locker room with the plastic, to try so everything doesn't get
this
wet.
Is going on in the Red Sox locker room, Greg. They're preparing for a celebration,
right? And then all of a sudden this is happening, and they start ripping stuff down, and the TV crew set up in there, and then when the Mets come back, they're trying to get everything out because they know the players are coming in. Well, they got to be set up. And they finally run all the cameras out and the TV crew out just before the players start coming in. And then, of course, Game 7, they go on to lose it, and the Mets win it all.
How about
it's just unbelievable.
How about the damage they did to that plane on the way back? Celebration.
Oh my goodness!
And you talk to the players, you interview them. They give you a different dollar amount of how much damage was done.
Yeah.
Oh, $5,000. Oh, one of them goes like $18,000 worth of damage. They're just throwing numbers around, but they must have partied big time.
Well, they were known for the party.
Hey, of course, Dwight Gooden never showed up for the parade the next day.
I remember.
And he says that he was in a drug house with a bunch of druggies.
Yeah. That's
watching the parade.
That's
he should have been at
30 for 30.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 8 minutes until top of the hour, and this portion of the show is sponsored by CandidCo.com/Bubba. You know, there is a specialist for just about everything. So when you get your uneven, crooked teeth fixed, you see an orthodontist, right? They're the specialists. And that's what sets CandidCo.com/Bubba, apart from the rest. The invisible, comfortable, and removable aligners, they are above the rest. While some, might just kind of, what I call, just kind of look at you and go, all right, well, here's what we got to do. And there's not a true orthodontist that's involved with making sure that they straighten your teeth. At CandidCo.com/Bubba, they make sure that they set you up with, an orthodontist, not a general dentist. So at CandidCo.com/Bubba, you only work with orthodontists. That's the big difference. And right now at CandidCo.com/Bubba, you can even get those teeth whitened for free. Right now, save $75 on your starter kit. And when you get started from your home, you can book an appointment at the studio near you. And then you meet with an orthodontist, and they stay with you all the way through it. So just right now, get started straightening those teeth today. Save $75 on the starter kit right now at CandidCo.com/Bubba. Use promo code Bubba. That's CandidCo.com/Bubba with promo code Bubba to save that $75 on your starter kit. So check that out right now and work with an orthodontist all the way through your procedure. All right, as we get back and get rolling, we have discussed a number of different things. Sometimes we're a little sports heavy, but other times,
well, we love sports.
It's a lot going on this past weekend when it comes to sports and what all was happening. So we feel like we've updated you just a little bit. I was kind of looking over at a couple of other things, and there's a lot out there that we can discuss. One thing is when it comes to pizzas, if you go, okay, let's get a pizza. What topping are you just the standard?
I will venture out.
Yeah,
but I mean, if you just to be safe, I'm pepperoni guy.
Okay,
I go pepperoni, jalapenos, and it's got to be thin crust.
All right.
And I want my pepperonis cooked where they're curling up.
Okay.
And every once in a while, like I did last night, I go barbecue chicken.
Okay, so you want
I'll
barbecue
venture
chicken?
out. Hey,
Well, I had that last night.
I noticed that they're having,
I'm going to pay for it today, but
they're having the special, the Detroit style. That's a good pizza.
Well,
dump that sauce on
it is National Pepperoni Pizza Day,
Wow.
so it's a good day for you and Greg
Thin
Burgess.
crust pepperoni.
Now, as a child, I know how we both were
You ever
weird
eat
with
just
our
raw
eating.
pepperonis out of the refrigerator?
No.
Oh yeah.
I used
Well,
to.
now I
yeah.
take that back. Sometimes we'll put them on a sandwich.
Yeah, or a cheese,
Yeah,
a little
yeah.
piece of cheese and a cracker.
Yeah. Okay, I'll give you that.
Laugh at
It's
that.
been a minute. Did you eat the pepperoni when you were a kid? No, or were you straight cheese?
Yeah, I'm gonna give you this. I did.
How about the cheese pizza people?
When I was a kid, this is how I ate pizza.
Okay.
I would pull the toppings off and eat them, but I wouldn't eat the crust.
Are you serious?
Yeah. That was
Wow.
weird.
I think
I'd eat the
that's
cheese and
standard
the
for
toppings,
kids.
Uh-huh.
but I would. The crust would be just like a shell.
Maddie does a lot of that. She's 9 though.
Yeah, I finally,
when you were a
I
kid,
outgrew
to
it.
your
I was
point.
probably
Right.
18.
Yeah. we'll normally go pepperoni and sausage together. Rarely just pepperoni.
Sausage
or,
is not my favorite. I tell you what's good is pepperoni with bacon. That's a little much on. It's a little much on your
Okay.
system.
Still
Yeah.
good. Yeah, that's.
I'm gonna tell you what.
hammers me.
When
but
we
yeah.
went to this place over here and it broke our heart when it closed.
Yeah.
Hey, but I'm still can't believe that.
Hey, that mighty meat was number one.
It was. You just
I
liked ordering it, but yeah.
Well, I mean, they threw it. Hey, when I go, I'll take every bit of meat you got, throw it on pizza.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I mean, that's
everybody
good.
never turn around and look.
Greg, it was on the menu, and it was uncomfortable to say, but
What
I
is
know you didn't order
what
it
did he
just
just
because
say?
of that.
Yeah, I didn't. I'd order just like a teriyaki chicken or something.
Yeah. So you went back to being a kid.
Yeah,
When
I
I ordered it.
Yeah, I did. Actually, I had to go hide.
Was that not how much fun was it going to that
Oh, it
place?
was great. I
Huh?
loved them. They were talking about good thin crust.
I wish y'all would stop talking about it because it was
Nice
I
place
wish,
too.
I don't
Nice
understand it.
building.
And,
Yeah.
and look, it's,
I thought every time we went in there, we saw people.
Had that cool thing that you wash your hands in. You stick it in there and water blows all
Well,
over your
yeah,
hand.
You still talk about
I
that.
love
You
that.
really
we need one of
do.
them in here.
I will say it's the only one that I've
see
ever
it.
seen in a restaurant.
It is.
period.
And they're talking about what you would just stick your hand in what was
Just
like.
these two little holes.
It's
Yeah.
like a pressure washer for your
And
hands.
you just
was.
stick them in there, all of a sudden water just blow all around your hands.
Yeah,
I
we'd
love
have
it.
to get you pull them on back
Yeah.
out now.
And you know
buddy.
when they shut it down, we should have went over and asked them how
between
much they
Greg
wanted for it,
doing
like it's
that,
sad.
between Greg doing that, and you screaming "Mighty Meat," we had a good little
Yeah.
day.
Well, look,
Yeah.
I'm just going to say this, and they shut down, and we don't know why. and we're upset about it. What a great concept.
Evidently, the overhead was a little.
And
maybe they shouldn't have bought that hand washing machine.
I don't know. And there was a one that was opening up kind of closer to me, and it kind of never did. I don't know what happened.
There was one in Hoover that shut
they're
down
all
too.
gone.
That's what I was. That's where I was talking about that one, and I don't know what happened. But every time we went in there, and this is where we'd kind of do little team building lunches, and we'd go hang out. Hey, do you want to go get some pizza today? I think we can. And we would go over there and have so much fun. And when we went in there, the place looked pretty busy, didn't it?
I thought maybe not. I don't know.
And at nights we would eat there a lot with the family, and it was packed.
See,
so I don't get it.
I don't like it. I don't get it.
We
and
ain't
I'm
eaten that
upset.
Mexican place in a long time. We used to go there all the time. Over at
Oh
Bite.
yeah.
Remember you yelled at Adler?
I knew that was. I was waiting on.
Do what?
When you yelled at Adler.
I thought he will
will
not get through this Mexican
Did I really?
restaurant
We used to
story
eat there a lot.
without bringing that up. I knew
I know
it.
what it is because we used to do the 2 shows, so we had to eat between the shows.
Yeah. Well, you do need to eat.
I know.
Mm-hmm. That's when y'all would, claim I didn't ever have my wallet.
Well,
Most of the time you didn't.
Well, that's not true.
yeah.
I know how we just run with
80% of the
things.
time.
Okay, take a sip.
Works every time.
All right. Well, anyway, we got off on that, and I'm sorry. But today, National Pepperoni Pizza Day.
All right, I'll celebrate that. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
Big fan.
Reese got off work last night. Bringing in a pizza.
See, he was ahead of the day.
Yeah. Of course, Terry had already cooked, but that's fine.
Yeah.
I mean,
he can have his own pizza.
yeah. Why
That was
not?
for him.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back. Rick and Bubba, join us. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without him, brother.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. 866 We Be Big is the number.
Working on that blubber.
We start this hour with a national anthem. Eight minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us as we get ready to start a brand new hour, a brand new day, and a brand new week. Will of Meat is back in play, so another week for that. It could happen on any day. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang, all here and ready to go. And we look forward to chatting with you as we look back over the stories from the weekend. But we got to get the whole team on the field. Right there he is. The pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you probably know him best as the Silver Tongue One, the man with the golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup of Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show, your little oasis out there in a world gone mad. Come on in and stay a while.
Here we go. Let's go. I said, baby, baby, why do you sit still? Remedy, Bubba.
I need a remedy. There's a lot of people need a remedy out there.
We're looking for a remedy, baby.
Come on.
All right, so we do have a lot to unpack from the weekend. What's that?
I was singing that song.
You were singing that? So we'll roll through all the stories. A tremendous amount of football over the weekend. If you like football, if you don't, certainly the recaps will not be of any interest to you. But we like it, and so we'll kick that around a little bit today. Some calls over the weekend. They're always fun. I don't know what happened with NFL. Didn't see any of that, but I'm sure
That's
that
some good games.
there's some good games there.
I
Tua got
thought
hurt.
you. I knew you probably wouldn't. You have a complete breakdown of every game because I'm like, there's no way that they watch the NFL at all.
Yeah.
But boy, the quarterback's going down. Boy, there was a lot of them.
I did see a little bit of the Chiefs Ravens last night. I saw about 3/4 of it. Although the third quarter, I was so sleepy, I don't really know what I was watching, and I think I jerked a knot in my neck. But
Yes.
well, that was what I saw was a fun game. to watch.
Yeah.
Titans beat them in overtime.
Ravens.
No, last night I'm talking about I was watching the Titans game. Derek.
Oh
Henry,
yeah,
everybody.
that was a good one too. They were at Seattle.
Speedy, I heard you say something about the Vikings. Look,
I'm sorry,
I
buddy.
I have not
thought
watched.
about you.
I have not watched one play of the Minnesota Vikings. Okay, I just cannot dedicate any more time to a group that's not any more enthused about winning than they are.
Right.
I just can't take it. So, I will tell you, the only time I have seen a play, Speedy, was just during that opening over your shoulder.
Okay.
They showed them missing a kick.
Yeah.
Which is somewhat hilarious to me.
Yes.
Seeing Mike Zimmer, their coach, that was such a horse's patoot, I'll put it that way, with Daniel Carlson, who after they moved up and he made such a big deal about him missing. I think it's funny now when they can't hit a field goal and Carlson, is winning games for the Raiders. So.
Well, he went after an Albie.
I think he went. I think he went after a good family, and I think that was pretty pitiful on his part. After they had moved as a coach,
Right.
You moved up in the draft to get a kicker, okay, and then he has a bad second game on natural grass, which you've been kicking inside and all that, and you get rid of him. I mean, and you make such a big deal about getting rid of him. So, what goes around comes around there, Mikey, baby.
That's right.
Yeah. So the
Enjoy it. 0-2. You're going to be on that list heading out the door soon too. So
37-yard field goal.
Hope you have as much luck finding success as Daniel Carlson has.
Right.
Have a nice day.
Yeah. There you go.
But I wasn't laughing like, oh look. I was just like, poor Bubba. I mean,
No, it really wasn't poor
He's
me.
done. He's done with the Vikings.
yeah. Well, he says that, but just the
done.
kid in him still
He knew it
cheers for
wasn't.
him.
Hey, look,
There's no need to get enthused about it, but I mean, you can't get enthused losing every week.
well, what you're saying, Bubba.
They're 0-2 and not a win inside out there, so they may scrub the league this year.
So are you done?
Overpaid for Kirk Cousins, nice guy, but way overpaid.
Well,
for
he
him.
scored. They scored 33 points before you throw him under the bus, and he missed a field goal for a 37-yard field goal to win it.
I
like Kirk Cousins. We're in a book with him. I think he's an outstanding guy. I just think the Vikings paid way too much.
What are they?
He is a decent quarterback. He's a great guy, probably super to have on the team, but he's just not getting wins. So, I mean, I don't know what else you could say.
What is that right there?
That's a big L.
Is it big? Are you done?
Coming
with
in
it?
there tattooing.
Have the Vikings become the friendship before marriage, the woman that has just been so bad to you that you finally just break the relationship with?
Well, I mean, it is what it is, Rick.
Right.
I just can't. I can't support that level of just constant being just terrible.
Right.
Yeah, listen, they're no threat to win a game until they're mathematically out, and then they'll upset one or two people and play like you go. Well, why didn't y'all do that earlier in the year?
Can I say this?
Listen,
so
there's
true.
a few things you cannot bet on. Bet the farm on that one, okay?
They're mathematically eliminated.
Yeah,
And they just
but
line it
then
up.
they'll go into the top-ranked team in NFL and upset them on Monday night or something.
Right. And everybody start talking about their building for next year.
Oh, yeah.
Does it help any? He had 3 touchdowns, throwing touchdowns. Cousins.
Loss is a loss. I just say, look, if they hadn't paid so much money for him, maybe they'd have some defensive players and it'd be better off.
There you go. 15 minutes.
I'm not anti-Kirk Cousins. I just think they paid too much.
15 minutes past.
Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, another one out this past weekend. So if you didn't catch it, catch our conversation with Al Petrelli with Trans-Siberian Orchestra. So really interesting interview, and the 25th anniversary tour tickets are now on sale for the return of Trans-Siberian Orchestra. That's Rick and Bubba University, the podcast from this past weekend. All right, so where do you want to go? What do we want to unpack? I know the kickoff hour talked a little bit about football. I will say for me, the weekend was beautifully uneventful. You know, when you have the it was I watched
ugly
weather. The weather was bad enough; it kind of forced you to take a lot of things off your list, so you didn't have near as much to do.
Can I
which is a good thing,
Greg?
Everybody needs one every day.
I also experienced over the weekend one of those things that that we've talked about, and I know we've talked about it on the show a good bit. Is what was funny is yesterday after church, Sherry and I even talked about how you had this. I can't, and I know some people can do it. I cannot do the, hey, everybody, I'm going to take a nap, and then I declare a nap, and I get ready and get in a bed and take a nap.
Can't do it.
I mean, I can't do that, but
unless I'm sick.
But what I can do, unless I'm sick. But what I can do is to put something on the TV that I'm not that interested in and doze in and out and have no issue, with
good.
not and don't care whether I'm,
that's just dozing.
There's no
if you're sitting up.
But let me tell you what's hilarious. So the boys, I had two of the boys ended up coming by the house on Friday. Sherry had some kind of ladies' night. And the feeling's right. Oh, yes, it's ladies' night. Oh, what a night. And it's so funny because, when the ladies get together for some kind of church fellowship, they've got all kinds of things they plan. Oh, yeah. Men get together, somebody tries to cook some steaks, and we get a potato and some green beans, and we're fired up. We're set. But they had all kinds of stuff. I mean, they got this and desserts and coffees, and, I mean, it's just – and so anyway, so Sherry had that on Friday night. So – Big Love was coming through on the way to some music festival in Atlanta. He and some of his buddies from school. So for some reason, I guess he was he thought it was volatile to send his tickets to his mailbox in Starkville.
Right.
So he sent it to our house, and then they came through on the way to go into Atlanta. So he came to the house, and then his buddies picked him up Saturday morning, and they all rode together to Atlanta. So he was coming in Friday night. And then young Broderick had to work, but he was going to finish up about 8 or something like that. So it's so funny. So they were like, Dad, let's do like we used to do when you used to take us to the movie to see whatever. And there's I got to see I saw some of it, the Marvel, whatever this Shang-Chi or something.
Oh, you did see that?
I don't know what it is. It's something.
The guy who flipped on the pitcher's mound last week.
That guy. So they wanted to go see that Marvel movie. But there was no way with everybody's schedule to do anything but the late movie. So they started amongst themselves. Can Dad make it through the late movie?
That's hard to do.
So what I did is I said, well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to get ready for the late movie. So I
take a nap.
I turned on the Thompson Trustful High School game. And I said, I care about this, but if I doze in and out right here, this will be all right.
Yeah,
and
what you needed.
Yeah, so I tried to sleep a little bit, just watching TV when I got home from work, but it was sporadic. So I tried that, and then I actually made BuzzBox coffee and drank a cup of coffee, like it 8 something. Going okay. I'm going to see if I can do this. So anyway, so. They get there and we get in the truck and we're headed over to the movie, and I mean
you got a little power nap in.
Look,
you're feeling good,
and then they're discussing, will Dad make it? Because they remember
they're movie theaters.
I know they remember the old days when I took him as little boys and I would wake up to them going, Dad, and I would be completely out in the seat and all this. So everybody, we got our popcorn.
Everybody's leaving.
Hey, we got our popcorn. By the way, I do have one complaint against the movie industry. What happened to the chocolate-covered almonds?
Oh.
What?
What's happened to the chocolate covered almonds?
the-
They don't have them?
Why would you not have that?
I come in there. I said, "Where are the chocolate covered almonds?" And they said, "Well, for some reason we don't have those anymore." How can you not have chocolate covered almonds?
That would have helped you stay away.
And they were like, "Well, we just don't have those
Why?
anymore." I don't know. So anyway,
It ain't like they weren't selling.
So we got some popcorn, and we went in there. And you know, Bubba, how we are, because now we're so trained, all of us now, to go to bed at a certain time. It doesn't matter. It don't matter when it is. We're so trained in it now. And so I'm sitting there, and I'm thinking, you know, screen vision is wrapping up.
Yeah.
You know, I'm catching a couple of highlights. I'm like, and then there's and
If you ever get your head positioned so you can see the screen without holding it up,
right. And,
you just open and close your eyes.
look, so anyway, so it kicks over. Hey, there it is. You know, and you know all these movies are just it's really just nonstop action. There's so much action that your head almost hurts.
Yeah.
Because so many people are kicking people and grabbing weapons, and I do love, and I know you do too, but I love the creativity of the things you can actually kill somebody with.
Oh, yeah.
You know, there's all kinds of great ideas and strange things, and so I get about probably 25% in, and all of a sudden I just hear laughter. Like that. Look, you're gone. Look, and I hear them. Like, all of a sudden I hear, "Down goes Dad." Like, and he's out. I was like, "What?" And they said I started doing that top heavy.
Oh, yeah.
So then
Head's like a brick.
but then I become that guy that I knows a bit. But they've been accustomed to this for years. Okay, so I wake up one time. I don't know how long I've been out. You know what I mean? I don't have any idea. And you know, and I look up and then I do the thing that all dads do. What do? We pretend we ain't been out.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, what?
Of course,
What y'all talking about?
Of course, they've been laughing because they've
I was
watched.
just resting my eyes.
They've watched the head fall over, and then you know, one time they said one time they thought I was going to fall all the way to the left and go into the popcorn. You know, which is what they were. I had my popcorn in the chair.
They quit watching movie.
Oh yeah,
watching
they
you.
were loving it. So Greg, then I do this. Every dad does. Now, who is this guy?
Oh boy, that's something.
What's going on here?
Now, is he on our team? Is he a good guy, bad guy?
Rick, you remember our dad was the king of that. When we'd be in the house and he'd be asleep in his chair, and all of a sudden something happened, and you hear his voice come, "Oh boy, that'll get him." We're like, "You don't even know what's going on."
And then the famous, you try to change it. Hey, don't change that.
Yeah, what are you watching?
You're not even awake. But Mike, because hey, you talk about because you know some of these storylines, especially if it's
it's twisted and deep and.
especially if it's some superhero I'm not all that familiar with.
Do you think the writers feel after all these superhero movies, they've really got to come up with a twist? It can't just be bad guy, good guy anymore. There's got to be all this stuff.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And remember this. You know, this is the new thing, and you know some of it is just why can't we just be entertained? You can't really be entertained. But I've gotten now where I pick up all the themes. You know, nobody can beat this guy except what? A woman.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay.
He's beat up every man that he came across.
Hey, but the woman is too. He can't take. Hey, that's the only person that can defeat him. You know, now you know figuratively that's true, but as far as
physically,
but yeah, but you know what I'm talking about. So what that is hey, don't think there's not a woman more powerful than any man.
That's right, right.
You know, hey, I mean, there's men trying to beat this guy. Can't even nobody touch him, but he can't get past this woman. She's the one that's too much for him to handle. You know,
She took him down.
yeah, and so without her, you know, nobody else can defeat this thing, but she did.
Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. As we make our way back, are you paying too much? Are you paying too much for your automobile and homeowners insurance? You could, you could be. And there's a way to find out by going to Gabby.com/Bubba. That GABI stands for Get a Better Insurance. So they'll pull up 40 of the top names in insurance, and all the biggies will be there. Progressive, Nationwide, Travelers, and they'll pull that up. It's free to use, doesn't cost you anything to use at all. And they pull up these other insurance companies, and they show you what this insurance company would charge you for the exact same coverage. It's very quick, and then you take the one that is the best. And you could even say that there's another one that is better, but it's not so much better that I want to fool with switching. But we're talking about an average savings of $80 a month that people are overpaying for insurance because they just haven't taken the time. And do we have the time to shop for this kind of stuff? We don't. But with Gabby.com/Bubba, you do, because they do, and it doesn't cost you anything. And they can help you. So go to GIBI.com/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com. You can find that right there under the sponsors button. So do we want to do anything as far as the movie goes Friday night? It seemed like it was a pretty good movie, the part I saw. A lot of action, and the thing
That's what they told you.
When you saw between naps.
Yeah, the boys were laughing their heads off at it. But you know what? It was good to spend some time with them watching me sleep.
You physically spent time with them.
Right. I was physically with them for a little while before I went to sleep. They had to wake me up at the end. The good news is I didn't have to sit through the credits to see all these. If you go to a Marvel movie, they have those things you have to wait on.
Hang around.
Yeah, and there's not one. There's usually two, which that's always infuriating. But the good news is I just slept through the credits, so they woke me up when we had to watch this last little part. But anyway, do we want to discuss? I find myself coming off a weekend that I watched some football, and I enjoyed watching the football. I love the crowds being back. I realize now that I really was not weird for not being able to watch football last year, because I see when you have them side by side. No wonder I wasn't interested.
Big difference.
Yeah,
because it makes a tremendous difference when they bring back the stadiums and pack them out.
I didn't see. I don't know about y'all, but I saw game day. I saw multiple games. I didn't see any mask, and I saw no social distancing. Did you?
No, and I'll even throw this out there.
You talking about the Emmys?
You talking about
last
Happy
night
Valley? Yeah, Emmys.
As far as Happy Valley goes, 110,000 people. You did not have to show proof of vaccination or a COVID test to get in.
And keep in mind,
keep that in mind.
Fauci's not happy. He's
Pennsylvania
been making little comments about it.
Pennsylvania.
It's Pennsylvania. It's not known for its,
Exactly.
I would have thought
politics.
Pennsylvania would have had you out there.
Yeah.
You'd had to go in a hazmat suit, a white one, of course.
It was good to see, the game day with all those people out there and all the signs and stuff. I love reading all that stuff. That's funny. Signs on me anyway.
Yeah, sure.
And
There were some funny ones.
Yeah, there were some good ones. There were some good ones.
Now, I do find myself leaving.
Now, when Penn State comes to Auburn next year, look out. You'll have some signage there.
Yes.
Did y'all see the one that said Nick Saban met his wife on Ancestry.com?
That's so good. That's such a good one. It's awful, but it's good. That makes a true rivalry.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's good
if
stuff.
your fans like each other, you don't even have a rivalry.
That's true.
And if they don't just despise your coach, it's not a good rivalry.
No.
So we had some interesting stuff over the weekend. I guess the only games I really watched, because I could not let Beth Mowens take me through the Mississippi State Memphis game, but I did see the controversial call, and I hate to say this, and this was my bad moment when I saw the thing happen. I had to pot the sound up to try to figure out what was going on, and that was regrettable.
She wasn't happy, Rick.
You had to hear her explain it.
There's 2 number 4s. Hang on. And by the way, but I don't know. There's things I'm continued to be confused, and I think we all will agree. We simply must remove the removal of players on targeting calls.
I know.
15,
if you want to put 15 on, put 15, like the NFL does.
Yeah, we also have to clarify defensive player. A defenseless player. A player is not defenseless if he's reaching to try to break the plane of the goal line.
Yeah, that was
but that's not that's not defenseless.
Rick, we've been listen. I understand the new tackling and hitting rules. I got that. Don't have a problem with that. But I'm just against throwing players out for it.
That part shouldn't be there.
Give them 15 yards. Give them 30 yards if it's that big a deal.
But I want to
take a down away from them.
right.
You know, we saw how that worked.
Right.
But throwing somebody out of the game, I'm just for the first offense.
Right.
That's tough because we've seen so many times where. Guys coming up to make a tackle, and he's got good form, and because of what the ball carrier does, he ends up hitting him in a strange way, and that's just crazy.
Good point. I saw a targeting call. I can't even remember what game it was. I was flipping around, and it's obvious because a lot of this is instinctual if you grew up playing football, because we are changing the game, and some of it is weird because you're trying to figure out how to do things differently. But I saw the running back, which is natural. He breaks out, I think, through a screen to him. Well, he knows he's about to turn up field to get jacked.
Right.
Well, when he goes to turn up field, he starts protecting himself. So what does he do? He lowers his head.
Yeah.
And then the guy comes over to tackle him. So he's trying to hit him with the shoulder because now everybody's saying you can't hit with your head. But really, the running back rammed his helmet as much into the defender's helmet as the defender's helmet was in the running back's helmet, and they called targeting. And you're like,
you want to go on who? Which one?
Yeah. Well, how do we? What are we supposed to do about that?
Yeah. Are you gonna call targeting on the offensive players? If you don't, then you're
right.
There's no hope in that.
I did see in a high school game Friday night watching my nephew coach. I did for the first time ever see a blindside block penalty called on the quarterback.
Yeah.
And
it was a good one.
And it was a good one. But a quarterback getting a blindside penalty was hilarious.
Yeah,
but
almost
so
like
in the old days, you just had to get your head in front of their shoulder pads. But now you can't even do that. You have to kind of almost shadow block them, right? Just let them run into you.
Yeah,
knock them off stride, chip them.
Look, the blindside block. It was. I mean, there was some injuries. It was bad, but
it was one of the most enjoyed plays by the fans when you saw somebody get decleated.
The whole crowd would go. Ooh.
I delivered them many times and caught a few coming back the other way.
But I can, to be honest, I could see trying to maybe get that a little.
I remember I was a young little sophomore and got tossed out into the varsity world. Look, everybody says they love to play as a sophomore, but buddy, you talk about everybody being 2 years older than you. And puberty has just begun, and there's guys out here that are 2 years further down the road than you are. I remember I got blindsided one time on a punt. I'm talking about.
It's always on kicking.
Yeah, I came up and the quote was "Stop standing around the pile."
Yeah,
and I was knocked underneath the bench of the opposing team.
Oh,
I didn't know where I was. I mean, just stuff flew out of my nose all over my face mask. You know what I mean? Yeah. And it is a very disruptive thing when it happens.
Yeah,
to you.
It's not enjoyable.
But delivering them was good. I delivered some beauties.
Oh, you can see it lining up.
Yeah.
And it used to be, but we don't do that anymore. But I'm going back to some of the calls over the weekend. The one at Mississippi State in Memphis, I don't even know what to do because the SEC is like sent a letter out apologizing to Mississippi State. But then what do you do?
I knew that was coming.
Yeah,
but
do we have the footage of it? Because I saw the highlight in between games that I was watching.
We can come back and talk about it.
Yeah, I'd like to just get it broke down because basically a guy takes a ball that looks like it's dead after a punt and just takes off running.
Well, not only looks like it's dead, was blown dead.
You mean with the referee?
Signal dead ball.
So watch.
You know why he signaled it? Because two players touched the ball.
Watch number 11. He'll actually touch it and take it. Number one there.
So
number one.
Look, now watch this guy. He's thrown the big bag. Now you see him waving his hands. He's coming in to wave his hands. This guy picks it up and takes off with it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say this: the guy's digging, and so many times that doesn't go well when you try to pick that ball up. You boot
it,
and then the other team jumps on it.
But here's the thing about that, and then of course they had two number 4s on the field, which is stupid. This duplicate number thing, I know we talked about. If I could be king of football for a day, just for a day, this duplicate number thing is insane. I don't understand it. I can't wrap my mind around it.
Executive order that thing right out of there.
And I know we said it every time. I don't understand anybody desiring to do that. I don't even know why anybody wants to wear a number of somebody.
I know.
I can't even get my mind. But
now,
anyway.
What about
let me ask
you this: what about when you're a duplicate number and you're on the punt team and you have to change jerseys for the punt?
The receiver for Auburn's had to do that before.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So how about this? Just be that number.
Just
be 12.
Here's what I don't understand. The SEC officials sent out the statement you talked about. It said that the inadvertent signal to stop play is reviewable. So
That's the part I don't get.
if they've all got two ways in their ear and they're all communicating, the back judge that signaled the stop the clock, it plays dead. Why can't he signal up and go, hey guys, just so you know, I signaled stop play, and the inadvertent signal aspect of the play reviewable. The replay should have stopped the game, reviewed potential inadvertent signal, and it would have placed the ball at the spot where the signal was made. That's what should have happened.
But let me ask
Aren't
you
they
this.
told? Aren't the officials told these days when something like this happens to allow it to play out
Yeah,
and then bring it back?
I'm not disputing
Nobody
that.
blew the
I'm not.
whistle.
No, I'm not
Yeah.
either. And so, hey, if that's it, then why didn't we
That's
talk
the part.
about
Look, the
it? I
play,
don't get it.
the call being wrong is not even the issue.
Right.
As you said, I thought we were told since we now have
Yeah.
replay, let it play out, then we'll review it and we'll get it right. But
Right.
they never reviewed it.
No,
But
they never
so
reviewed
he
it.
does the signal, but he didn't blow a whistle.
No, he
threw a beanbag.
He threw the
Threw it
beanbag, and also the line judge
Because
on
if
the
the whistle
side's doing the
blows,
same
it's
thing.
over.
Yeah.
Whether right or wrong
But
or
I want
different.
I want to
if the
ask
whistle
another.
blows, the play's
I want to
over.
ask another thing, and I don't know this rule. Was the ball officially dead because two
Now,
Mississippi
I heard a
State
guy
people
argue-
touched it?
I
Yeah,
heard
yeah.
a guy argued that it wasn't the wrong call. He said what was wrong was the official signal, which would have made it be
Well-
Mississippi State's ball because of that. He said, but it actually,
Well, it actually would have been Memphis' ball right there.
Yeah,
well, whoever was punting.
Yeah, right.
yeah. Mississippi State punted to Memphis.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So they were saying that the call. This one guy said that was not wrong. He said you have to get possession of the ball.
Which the number one, taking a knee and pushing the ball down onto the ground is
Is possession.
That's what I thought.
By rule, I think that is the.
If they, if,
we
That-
see
that's
that
why
all the time.
That's why the back judge signaled stop a play.
Well, let me go back again, and I do believe this because of all these things. Because you could see that also on the replay. If they simply replay it, I
Down
think
right there. His
Yeah.
knees down. He's holding the ball.
I think if they just simply replay it,
Which they should have done.
then they would get the call right. That's what I don't get. Why didn't they just
If it's
simply replay
reviewable.
it? And now the SEC's apologizing that all that was called wrong. But what good is that today?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
8 minutes to the top of the hour. So, bizarro from this past weekend, the Memphis. Now, again, fans tend to create the sitcom where their team would have won if this had not happened. But that's not the point. I mean, could Memphis have put together a 90-something yard drive to put it out of reach anyway, and Mississippi State still drive down the field, score, and get the onside kick and get called for a penalty or not be able to make the 2-point deal at the end just like that? Yeah, I mean, it may not have impacted the outcome of the game, but that's not the point. The point is how this was handled was incorrect to the point the SEC has basically put an apology letter out.
Yeah, within about an hour or two of the game, they had already sent out something going, hey, we messed up.
And I guess what I'd like to know is, can somebody just answer the very simple question, why was it not reviewed?
Right.
It was so bizarre in my mind. I said, I guess that's not reviewable, and I moved on.
Yeah. Well, you got $10,000 worth of video gear there, probably on each referee. So why don't we just give it a look?
And you got earpieces in all their ears. Can somebody not go, hey guys, hello?
It was just weird.
But do y'all think they need somebody sitting at home watching the game, not in the press box, and go, hey guys, y'all need to look at that?
So this run for a touchdown, this run for a touchdown for Memphis, featured on this play. The ball apparently was downed appropriately with the knee down and the hand on top of the ball.
There's a still shot of that. Can't argue that.
Yeah, an official throws the beanbag and then gets his hands over his head to
right there.
It's down right there. So anyway, then the guy throws the beanbag. Okay, agreeing that it's down. Yeah, and look, there's the beanbag throw.
There's no way to make it any more down than you got a knee on the ground, hand on the football.
Took us 15 seconds to come to that conclusion.
So here comes the beanbag. Look, and there comes the hands over the head. Look, you see the player standing there because they think it's dead, and then he takes off. So here's the guy who's trying to blow it dead. Mm-hmm. So he believes it was downed. All right, so why this is not reviewed is beyond me. Now, credit to the Memphis player, he is quite fast. But
he was
wild speed.
Yeah, he was running like he stole it.
And
he got a good head start too because everybody was looking at him.
Yeah, and
that's a long way.
And Memphis has 2 number 4s on the field, which doesn't give anybody an advantage, but you can't do that by rule.
It's just salt in the wound.
I don't understand why that wasn't quickly fixed.
Tough weekend for officials.
Yeah, I just don't know. And then we get to first of all, we got to talk about. We'll talk about. All right, let's finish the calls over the weekend. Then we'll get to the people who wear other team colors that are not on the field, which is weird to me.
Okay, so the Penn State Auburn game, there was a couple of bizarre things in that, but the one about the down missing, what was that? Did it actually disappear? Because I was trying to keep up with it at home, and I knew they had a running play, then the grounding call, which was a little bizarre, I thought.
Yeah,
and then a screen pass, and then they kicked. But you're telling me they actually had a first down on the running.
The running play was, I want to say, 2nd 1 or 2nd 4, and they ran it for a first down.
Okay.
So the intentional grounding actually happening on the first down.
That was first down. And by the way,
I've seen that call before, but that's a bizarre call, and I don't know that one qualified for it.
I know
upon further review.
I know I'm not an official. I just play one on the radio show.
Right, on Monday morning it's easier to do.
But if a receiver breaks his route off and the quarterback just throws down the middle of the field to where there is no one.
Just miscommunication.
I did not know that was intentional grounding.
Yeah.
But anyway, and that led to the confusion because intentional grounding comes with a loss of down.
Correct.
So that led to the confusion that Penn State was asked to punt on 3rd down.
And I think video, what was it here? 8, James Franklin was asked about
I got to hear this.
from Holly Rowe about the explanation about the loss of down.
All right,
and I didn't give him time here. Let him cue that up.
Yeah. So,
but I was just thinking about that because he was even tongue-tied about, I don't know what to say here.
All right.
He basically just looks, I don't know.
He made his case, and very, very much. So that was bizarre. That was a bizarre call over the weekend, and especially, I guess what's getting me is really bothering me the most is that these officials are making bad calls, and this I'm not even about which team I'm for. Even if your team got the advantage, I'm still in my mind going, why don't they simply correct it?
Right.
I mean, that's the part I don't. I thought that's the whole reason we're slowing games down and having replays is to correct things that.
Because they'll dang sure look at everything else. I tell you that.
That human error got wrong. I'm also getting where football's changing in some ways that makes it less entertaining to me. This thing now that if I get 3rd down and long, I just throw the ball up in the air and try to get a pass interference penalty. And I throw it in a way that it looks to me like the receiver and the DB are equally hand slapping and all this, and it's a 15-yard penalty. And we really didn't execute a play. We just threw the ball up in the air, and we're hoping that a DB might pull somebody's jersey or accidentally, even though the ball's completely uncatchable. You know what I mean? And can't the referees get to the point where they go, look, if it was coming down and he could have made a play on it, we'll call it. But if it goes over everybody's head and we just got two people running down the field doing hand slapping, let's stop calling pass interference on that every time and giving somebody a really big first down when they really didn't earn it.
Well,
I mean,
Rick, a lot of that evolved because they started allowing the chicken fight down the field. You know, in the old days, you couldn't do anything; you'd get a flag. So as it's got more physical, it's got harder to call.
Well, I thought it's the complete opposite. They used to be able to bump and all this. I thought it's now you can't touch them at all.
Well, no, I mean you see they're bumping each other, and it's very physical.
But I think they call it tighter now than they did in the past. I believe it's the opposite.
I don't know
because it used to. And look, we're changing the rules to get more offense. I mean, I understand what we're doing, but I mean that just seems so. You know, we're if the ball's catchable. I mean, if it's coming down or whatever like that, but it just seems like that's. Hey, it's 3rd and long. Hey, man, we got to have a big play here. No, just throw it up in the air, and hopefully the DB will hit his arm or something like that, and we'll get a 15-yard penalty. It's
it's a good play because of the way it's called.
No. Oh, totally. I understand. I just don't like it.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that it's illegal or whatever. It's just kind of it makes football less enjoyable, in my opinion, because it's just once again we're throwing over to the officials and telling them
to play a bigger part in the game, which is really what we should be setting our rules up to avoid.
So the receiver pushed me, then I pushed. Well, who pushed it? Well, his hand right here. Look at that. I mean, we all know what pass interference is. And but like you said, Greg, and if you get your hips around to look at it, then the guy's going to catch it.
Yeah.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
It is 7 minutes now past the hour. Thanks for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here and ready for a brand new hour. We're thankful that you are with us as we continue to unpack the stories of the day, and we'll get to some of your phone calls this hour at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Very glad to be here. Honored and privileged and doing what everybody loves to do on Monday, armchair quarterback.
Of course, and we have all the answers because we get it right every time from the stands.
Yeah, we've been able to rethink it over the weekend
right.
and not make a split-second judgment, so now we got it right.
But one of the things that Bubba and I were laughing about just from a culture standpoint, so and I know that people love their teams. I mean, people love the teams,
and that's good.
And that's a good thing. That's fun, and it's great. And as long as it's not your idol, but it's a great game. Lousy God, but a great game. And of course they're ruining it. But I mean, it's still got enough to it. But Bub, we both saw this one. I didn't see the one on the whiteout at Penn State, but I did see. I think it was the Alabama-Florida game, which was another great game over the weekend. As Florida looked like they were going to be run out of the swamp, and they kind of handled the early storm, got their feet under them, and played Alabama very well. Of course, Alabama also did what great teams do. They won a game even though it was close. You got to win close games too.
That's right.
Kind of a bizarre call from Florida down on the goal line, going for two.
Yeah, did that?
A lot of bizarre calls on the goal line.
Yeah. The call.
To me, it wasn't necessarily the call; it was just the execution of the play.
Yeah.
The quarterback, you got to make a decision there, pal.
Yeah. Hey, pal, it's a read option.
Yeah, both
Drug him right up in the hole.
You don't get extra points if both of you score.
We're doubling up.
I was watching them talk on the sideline. It looked like the running back was keeping the ball and he couldn't get it out. He couldn't get it
We've
back.
seen that happen.
Yeah,
In no
clamping.
option days. A lot of times they clamp. And
Can't
when they
clamp.
do-
But
Yeah.
with the success that quarterback's having, I mean, don't you just spread the goal line and let him run to daylight? I mean, he was getting 2 yards when he needed it.
Yeah. So anyway, but Alabama survives it,
Yep.
and
Big win on the road.
But if you're a Florida fan, it looked like you had a lot to be upset about. But then the team showed some character by getting back in the game and having a chance to tie it up. So anyway, but then Alabama makes the play, which you got to give credit to them too. But we were and I think I was watching that game because I was really excited about seeing that game because I was hoping it would be a good game. And they're scanning the crowd there at the swamp, and then sitting. I'm pretty sure that's where it was. Sitting there in the middle of all the Florida fans, and then of course you have some Alabama fans, is a guy dressed from head to toe in Michigan. I mean, he's got a Michigan hat on. He's got a Michigan shirt on.
He loves Harbaugh.
I mean, he's completely dressed for a Michigan game, but he's watching Alabama, Florida, not on TV in the stadium.
See, I just don't know.
He actually made the trip.
But what is he doing?
I don't know if that's wise because when you do that, you could be beat up by 2 different fan groups.
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah.
And then y'all said there's an Alabama fan that was in the middle of the whiteout.
He was in crimson.
I think that it may have been right at the beginning of the game when they're scanning the crowd, and you know the whole thing is white, just white, and you see a red kind of crimson, and as they go by, he's got an Alabama shirt on, and I went, wow, he's out of place a little bit.
So what is this thing that you get tickets to go live and take a seat at a game that everybody wants to see? I know you want to go see a good game, but you will still put on your team colors that's not even played.
Yeah, I get going to the game, but I don't know if I'm decking out in my color.
Yeah, Greg. I mean, the Michigan guy. I mean, he had the big M on his hat, and he went with the maize colored Michigan shirt.
So you could really see it.
Yeah, and I was like,
Did he miss a flight to Ann Arbor? Is that all he
watch
had?
this
What do you
game.
think?
What was he doing? I don't understand the team colors that neither team is yours. But
I liked in the whiteout when you looked in the upper deck and that one little corner was a little orange area.
Yeah. My favorite were the orange ones that decided to buy Penn State fans tickets, and they're sitting right in the white.
Right in the middle of the white.
Yeah. But the whiteout was really just the loudness. It was just so good, and the swamp was rowdy too. The thing about the swamp, though, that since the game got out of hand early, the swamp kind of settled down, but then they got back into it. But, so you didn't really get the same feel. The whiteout was crazy from the beginning to the end.
Let me ask you this, and I know where you stand on this, and this isn't the first time they've covered it, but they did it again, a little special again, the 2 bits thing.
Well,
Does that get on your nerves?
I don't.
You had the old guy that did it forever.
I don't want to
Florida's
comment on
tradition with that. There was an old guy that used to get out there
Here
with his
goes
shirt and
Greg.
tie on. Started back in the 40s or sometime.
Here comes the
and
rain.
He'd get the crowd 2 bits for it. Now
Can you not enjoy anything?
Did you like that?
I did.
You like that?
It fires me up, Greg.
Oh my
Wasn't it an NBA player that did it this weekend?
Yeah, now they have special guests
Yeah.
there because the old guy went on in.
I think
but-
that's cool. They
but
give
he did
people
it
an opportunity
forever.
to do it.
Yeah, but boy, they really had to get into it.
So
The old guy was all about it, but then they showed Spurrier doing it, and they showed
Is your problem,
Danny Werfel.
and this is where Greg, he really has edge and really hurts people's feelings, because I think I know the answer to this.
So you're telling me you like it?
I didn't say that.
Okay.
but what I'm saying is this: those kind of things, not really our thing.
Maybe that's it.
Yeah, but anyway, I want to say this. I think your problem is more with the original guy.
You're all over
than
this.
the special
It
guest.
is.
Yeah,
It is.
yeah.
You're all over that.
Doesn't most
he's
schools,
more
doesn't most
beloved than
schools
special
do that
guests around.
now?
Oh, Rick.
Where they bring in,
That's
you know,
100% right.
former alumni or famous people to lead them in their cheer, whatever it is.
Yeah, but this is a guy. I didn't realize this. He did it from the stands for years.
Yeah.
He would just do it in the stands, and everybody. He was like some insurance salesman or something. And he loved them Gators. And this was back when they weren't any good.
Right.
And he would do it from the stands. Well, in 19-something, maybe early 70s, they let him come on the field, and he would get on the field before.
My prediction's right. See, the special guests, they bother him somewhat, but it's the original guy.
Oh, the original guy was a bip.
Yeah, there it is.
Where are you at on the whole Tom Petty thing?
I
In the
like
swamp?
that.
That's
Yeah,
pretty
he's
cool.
from
Gainesville.
That was awesome.
Yeah,
I
by
didn't
the
see
way.
that.
Yeah,
I didn't
Game
know
Day
they
did a
did that.
special on that,
They-
and I didn't know that
they
he
sing
worked
Won't
with
Back Down.
on the field crew or something.
The
at one
first
point
time I
there.
saw it,
On
and I
the
don't know if
chain
it's
gang,
the first
wasn't
time they did it, but they did a feature on it was after he died.
Is that it?
Like when he died, then they I don't know if that's when
Yeah.
the whole thing started,
Right.
but I know they did a feature after he died on and showed the crowd singing it, and it's become a thing. But there's not some dude down there doing all this.
Yeah, there it is. Are we?
Have
gonna,
you ever watched the guy?
Yeah, I have.
And I know you, and you. I know.
You're all over this, Rick. It's the original guy.
Yeah.
It's because he just said it.
Greg won't even.
You ever seen the guy?
Greg won't even let him rest in peace.
I did last, Speedy, thinking about you and
What
one
about
of
your dad?
the pregame interviews where they're interviewing Dan Mullins, and he's talking about the great atmosphere and the great game they're going to have. And he said, it's a shame we don't get to play Alabama more often. This is like 11 years since they'd been in the swamp, played some number. And I thought, he don't mean that.
Right.
He don't mean
Yeah,
that.
no one
Was
can
he like 0-11 against Saban?
nobody
For
can
such
say-
a great coach too. You know that's aggravating.
But nobody can say with true conviction, "I wish we played Bama more."
no, nobody that has any sense would say that.
I mean, you can say that back in the Shuley years, but I mean, not. But so that was interesting, and I just have to ask Penn State. They love the whiteout thing and all that too. I'm sure one day it'll be declared racist, but right now it's
hasn't been overly successful for them record wise.
Yeah, they were-
that makes
they're
them
now
7-6.
7-6.
Yeah.
But what are we going to do about that mascot? Let me tell you, there's a special place for Clemson's Tiger and Penn State's Nittany Lion, and they need to go there and be put in retirement. And let's.
I mean,
pitiful.
you can update that. can't you?
That's
It looked just like when they show flashbacks, and you go, God, look at that mascot.
yeah.
The Clemson Tiger may be even worse.
The
though.
Clemson Tiger looks on crack.
Well, no, it looks like somebody
Big eyes.
ran on the field with a homemade uniform.
yeah,
you know,
like-
and you think, well, that just can't. Somebody needs to get them off the field.
Yeah, the Nittany Lion needs some work. Yeah.
First of all, and the Clemson's kind of this way too. When the suit is like just your body,
Yes.
your human body, we ain't got,
Right, yeah.
And then we've just stuck this old head on that they've had for.
Well, the thing that bothers me is that somebody.
I feel like they could upgrade.
I understand the first time somebody didn't have the capability to make something that looked better.
Yeah.
What bothers me is we certainly can now, and we won't do it, and we keep making modern versions of the ugly old thing. That's what I don't get. Yeah, it's
that Clemson Tiger, that's a strange looking guy.
Those big old eyes.
Narrow head.
yeah. And some about during the live game is even worse.
Oh yeah.
You know, a picture of it is bad. Watching him in action is.
But the Nittany Lion is, I mean, that's about the worst attempt I've ever seen in a
It is.
uniform for a
Yeah,
man.
it is. It's like somebody's mama made it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, we're back. 22 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. The first phone troll of the week. First phone troll of the week is ready to go. Let's fire them up here at 866 We Be Big. Largest number of people in a quick amount of time, as we'll pop them through there pretty quick. Here we go. Just knocking them out one after another. There's room for you now at 866 We Be Big. As you are lining up those phone calls, and there's plenty of lines available, O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events, and there is a lot going on this week. This Thursday, I'll be speaking at Lakeside Baptist Church in Birmingham, Alabama for Man Church. If you want to join us, find those details at rickandbubba.com. Also, a couple other Man Churches going on Thursday night, too. Helmsy will be in Opelika, Alabama, speaking at First Baptist Church, and Rich Wingo will be at Northside Baptist in Jasper, Alabama, speaking too. So 3 Man Churches, 3 different places on Thursday night. And then coming up this Sunday night, I'll be in Chipley, Florida, First Baptist Church, Chipley, and looking forward to seeing all of you. Find details and more at O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events there at rickandbubba.com. Let's start with Billy in the great state of Alabama. Billy, you got 30 seconds, buddy. Go ahead.
Hello.
Hey, Billy. How you doing, buddy? Go ahead. You're on the show.
Good. I got just a quick one for y'all. I have a business that cleans around ponds, the banks and all.
Mm-hmm.
Posted that on Facebook, cleaning ponds, put 4 pictures on there, banned in 20 minutes.
You were banned for saying that you have a business?
Yes, that cleans ponds. I talked to them, told them that I knew their boss hated Donald Trump. Sir?
I was giving you a timeout.
So why would they?
Why does pond cleaning transfer into Donald Trump need to be banned? I'm not following.
Were you trying to get? Is this because they want you to pay for advertising now, and you can't post your business anymore?
Remember what his saying was: cleaning swamps.
So by you saying you clean,
I guarantee you they have their computer triggered for anything that remotely resembles
the AI picked you up.
I got
not
you.
Very intelligent.
Okay. Yeah. So you were flagged. You were flagged because it misunderstood what you meant.
No, I was banned for 30 days. My business is suffering now from it.
Well, yeah, I'm back to the reason. I think you're probably right. It had some filter set up with something about
probably right.
So that is. I look. It's well. I watched. Now this new thing that I'm concerned because things have gotten so bad that now Bill Maher agrees with us.
Yeah.
He's on a roll right now. He's even saying, and he openly says he's a liberal, and he says, well, I can't say what he said, but he said that social media basically owns liberals, and you don't even understand, that they're deciding what anybody can and can't do, including it's going to be you one day.
And they're already running the country. They are the orators of free speech. They tell you what you can and can't say. I'm shocked we've let it get to this point, quite frankly. But
yeah, he was having a conversation with another guy, and they're both liberals, and they were talking about that this society that we've come up with. Because he said what happens now is the left, because now they're I can't use the word I can't use, but they belong. They're owned by social media. He goes, so now you see like the Emmys get together or the Oscars. He said you can tell they're doing their programming terrified that if they don't follow what Twitter wants them to do, then they may get banned. Yeah. And he's just saying this is bad. It doesn't matter what your political views are. If you like the freedom of expression, you can't be for what social media is doing right now. No matter what political leaning you may have. Parker in Albertville. Parker, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Parker.
30 seconds. Go ahead.
Holly Roll.
Holly Roll. Holly Roll.
Hey, fellas, how we doing today?
We're good. We're good.
Excellent. Hey, I was just thinking about Greg talking about how he only likes the originals. And I think pretty much the only way he'd be satisfied with the Florida 2-bits if they could somehow bring Jack King back to life from NASA and have him do it. That was his name, right? The one you guys were talking about last week.
That we played.
No.
What was his name?
What was the guy?
We played his.
Not Jack. I'm sorry.
With the models.
Bubba, you said you loved
Jules Bergman.
There you go.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's right.
It is interesting. Greg hates the original 2-bits, but he loves the original space program. See, it's just you don't know what may trigger it. You don't know what it may be.
All right.
He doesn't even know. See him? He doesn't even know what does it.
To Greg,
he said he was the insurance guy.
That's right. Greg in Mississippi. Greg, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Mike Leach in his post-game conference said that the referee explained to him the rule was that on a down punt, you must pick the ball up, brush off any debris, and with a slight bow, present it to the referee.
That's funny. That's really good. That's real good. Let's go to Ethan in Montgomery, I-92, WLWI. Ethan, go ahead.
Hey, War Eagle guys.
Thanks, buddy.
Man, I just wanted to come on here, man, and say, it sucks to lose that Penn State game being an Auburn fan, but if you have to lose it, would you really want to lose it any other way? I mean, it comes right down there to the second to almost lose. Good win for Penn State, man. I know they've really come a very long way since Sandusky, man. So, their head coach used to win over there at Vanderbilt as well. So, great win for him. But I like the play call I'm seeing out of the Auburn Tigers, man. I like the coaching.
Well, yeah, I think if you're Auburn, you should never be okay with a loss. But if you're looking at the state of where the program was the last couple of seasons, I think as far as you're worried about your coach decision, you got to feel pretty good about the coach decision.
Yeah, I thought the team looked ready to play, and that has a lot to do with coaching. And there was a lot of high points and things to take away from it. I mean, you've got to build, you got to move toward those W's. So
I know Auburn fans get a little frustrated when we start changing traditional. I love the white face mask. I don't know where everybody was at on that, but that looked really good.
It looked good on TV.
Yeah,
what I can see.
Yeah, me too.
I don't know. Does it affect your vision when you're trying to catch something? I don't know. I've heard discussions pro and con on that.
What, changing the color of it?
Yeah. The lighter colors may be harder to see through, like an orange or a white versus the gray or black. I don't know. Hadn't had to catch through one lately.
Yeah, Benji in Virginia. Benji, go ahead.
Hey, gentlemen, good morning. How's it going?
Good.
Great.
Hey, I was at the Whiteout game, and I just want to say the Penn State fans were so gracious. They were so nice. Invited us to have drinks with them, food, etc. It was such a great atmosphere. But I don't think the Whiteout at the Penn State Stadium was as loud as any SEC game I've been to. I've been to Georgia, I've been to Florida, I've been to Alabama, I've been to Auburn. It was not as loud, I thought, than SEC stadiums. But appreciate you guys. Thank you. Have a good one.
Thanks, man.
I've heard Burrow. Who was at LSU? Burrows, whatever.
Yeah,
I think
Joe
he
Burrows.
actually played at Penn State and from that area. And he said that there's nothing like the SEC, that it is a fantastic, just to make this guy's point, if somebody's actually been in the stadium and played, he said it's not SEC is far in comparison to what goes on.
I know they had a lot of folks there, but the way the stadium is laid out, all and the angle of the fans, I don't know that it would be as loud as if you had that upper deck to trap it in.
Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big is our number. So simplysafebubba.com if you're looking for a security system for your home or property. It doesn't get any better than this. simplysafebubba.com, and you will install this yourself, and they'll help you if you need help, but they're always there no matter what, which is a great feeling of security. But right now, they have an outdoor security camera that they've been working on. They've engineered this with all the advanced technology and security features that you want and need to help keep you, your family, and everything that's important to you safe. Has an ultra-wide 140-degree field of view. It's 1080p HD resolution and has an 8 times zoom. It also has a built-in spotlight with color night vision, so you can keep an eye on what's going on day or night. It has it all, and it integrates with your Simply Safe security system, no problem there, extending its protection to the outside of the property as well. Now, this means every door, every window, every room's protected along with the property. So if you want to find out more about this, go to simplysafebubba.com. When you use that URL, we get you 20% off your entire new system, plus we'll get you the first month of monitoring. Their service is 24/7. You get that for free for the first month. So that's why it's important to get your system by using simplysafebubba.com. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So, Bubba, this bizarre story, and I'm not sure how to say the young lady's name.
Gabby Petito.
Petito.
Yeah, Petito. I guess that's how you say it.
It is.
That looks like it's spelled. So, and this is, see if I have the story right. These were a couple that has known each other for most of their lives, right? And they go on, you're hearing this a lot, especially during the pandemic and coming out of the pandemic. I mean, I can tell you, I've never known so many people that have gotten in some sort of vehicle, in RV or something, and traveled. I mean, people are putting these trips together everywhere. They're going off for weeks at a time,
right?
Going out to the Midwest and going to all these different places, hitting Wyoming and hitting Montana and going to Grand Canyon, and they're doing all these trips. And they went on one of these type trips. And you said it was going to be 90 days, Bubba?
Yeah, I think it was like a 90-day trip. They were going to go out and see the West in a van, and she ends up missing in this, Rick. And he comes back. She's not with him. Footage turns up of her calling the police on him, what looks like a domestic dispute. And then shortly after that, she's not seen on social media anymore, kind of goes missing. Like I say, he returns home. Police said he was a person of interest. They didn't charge him. And then we had some travel bloggers who had noted his van in a particular place out in this wilderness, and that's where they began looking for her body, and they have found a body. They have not positively identified it as her yet, but we suspect that coming in the next day or two.
So here are those people, right? They're driving.
Yeah, this is them documenting. They were doing
the Spread Creek dispersed camping area. We got there and there was a huge gravel lot, and we decided we wanted to try to drive more toward the back because we had heard the views were better back there. So we were heading back on this long dirt gravel road.
That's when somebody means business right there.
Oh, yeah.
And we came across a white van that had Florida plates, a small white van. We were going to stop and say hi because we're from Florida too, but the van was completely dark. There was nobody there, so we decided to continue on our way.
Yeah, the van looked like it was pretty much kind of abandoned. We figured maybe they were out hiking or they were just chilling inside. There was no doors open. It was just kind of, neat to see a Florida plate, on the other side of the country. It's not something you see all the time.
But we wanted to include this in the video just in any way that we can help and get this out there to be able to find Gabby Petito. So if you could share it, if you know anything, please don't hesitate.
Yeah, we're
coming up
on it. We're approaching it up here on the left-hand side. This is most definitely Gabby Petito's Ford Transit van. It's kind of wild, like it's saying a little bit, because we drove past. We actually weren't able to find any sites.
So there it is.
We ended up driving back through, saw it again, but here it is on the left. So.
And I slowed it down so you can possibly see it a little bit better.
Yeah, you can see it real good.
Mm-hmm. So they must have a camera in whatever they're traveling in that records everything.
Yeah, they're documenting.
You see that more and more.
Yeah. They're doing across country as well, and they're bloggers, and they documented their trip.
Now, I want to be sure I have this right. Because of these bloggers, they go to where this van was seen by them.
Start doing a search.
And find remains.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's correct. They saw this 2 days after her family says they last heard from her. And so they call this in. They tell all the authorities. They come to where the van was, and then they find what looks to be her body within 1,000 feet from where that van was located.
So, and back to the story, this guy comes back from the trip in the van without the woman.
Without her.
And refuses to talk to anybody.
Won't talk to the police. And now they didn't name him as a suspect. They said person of interest. But now he has disappeared. And they believe that he's on the run or hiding out in another wilderness spot, I guess in Florida, is the way I understood it.
And if I also have this right in the story, there is some body cam footage from a officer of some kind.
Yes, on the side of the highway.
That was called to their...
Because of a domestic disturbance, and that's it here.
Yeah, and so they're in a fight, and he goes there. I guess what other campers heard the fight and called?
Or she called, I think.
Or maybe she did?
She called,
Yeah, so they come out, and so now we also know there was some sort of disagreement going on.
Yep.
So much so that she called the police, if we have that right, to come, and what did she want the police to do, take him away?
Well, I don't know if she reported it, but apparently nothing, proceeded past the police coming and just making a report, and then they went on their way.
I think actually they were kind of driving erratically because they were fighting in the car, and then police pulled them over and then noticed that she was crying.
Okay.
And so they take her out of the car and question her further.
Do we have audio of her talking?
Can I play this? Is that all right?
Yeah,
okay,
thumbs
all right.
up.
All right, so here's the...
What's your guys' names?
Gabby.
Gabby, Brian? Okay. What's going on? How come you're crying?
I'm just sorry. We've just been fighting this morning. Some personal issues. And I'm trying to start a blog. I just have a blog and stuff. So I've been building my website. So I've just been really stressed. And he doesn't really believe that I could do any of it. So that's kind of been like I don't know. He's like down there. I don't know. We've just been fighting all morning.
You tend to have a lot of anxiety and stress.
I have a lot of anxiety.
And what's his name? Is it Brian? Is he usually pretty patient with you?
Yeah, but it just makes me upset. I know that he definitely gets frustrated with me a lot.
And then my feet are dirty and everything, so I think that our little squabble started because we were hanging out at the coffee shop, and when we got back to the van, there was some dirt and stuff in the van. We weren't physical before the point where I said, all right, let's just take a breather and like walk away for a minute. I'll lock the van up and I'll go for a walk this way, and you can go walk that way in the block.
You're going to be taking the van tonight, and you're going to go somewhere else. I am going to get him lined up for the hotel room tonight. I want you guys to stay away from each other.
Wow.
For both of you guys the same. From what you told me and what he told me, you guys have a bunch of little things that are building up, and finally the little string that you guys were tight walking on the road tonight. Does that sound about right?
Well, so I guess they separate. I mean, they were to the point they put him in a hotel room, and she went somewhere else, and they took the van. So that I guess we know they got it back because he had it. But,
yeah.
So obviously there was something going on the trip that was.
Yeah, it looks like we have a lot of circumstantial evidence here for sure. We'll know more when we get that autopsy back. But the fact that he's gone missing, not good either.
No. Well, I'll tell you what's not good is when somebody comes back from a trip without the other person.
Yeah,
and,
I mean, like, you think anybody's
going
to notice?
Like, so can you I know she came back without Gabby, and he won't talk to anybody. That's I don't, I know there's a process you have to go through, but that's got to be alarming.
Yeah.
And now all this footage is out there, and again, the autopsy will tell something.
And I think if I have this right, authorities went to his parents' house and were looking for him or contacted him, and they're like, I don't know, we hadn't seen him since Tuesday. This was last week, so he is nowhere to be found.
So there you go. We'll come back. It looks like we have a former intern that's been following the case closely.
Okay.
I don't know if there's anything else they can add that on top of what we've already got. If so, then sure. So we'll come back and we'll take your calls too at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We also have other things to cover on the program today, as you may have guessed, and we'll get to some of the others as well. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 27 years, and still here, baby. Still here. All right, so I didn't know this, but apparently former intern Taylor Swift is, she's the Nancy Grace, I guess, of Birmingham. She's following this case and see if she has anything to add to the case. So is there anything that you can add that we didn't cover there, Taylor Swift?
You know, there's just a lot going on with this case. About Friday evening, I started following this just really in depth. I'll tell you, I think TikTok and YouTube have done more for this case than anyone in the FBI so far. You have, the latest development we had was those YouTubers who were just going back through some of their footage. And if it weren't for them, they would have never, there's no time they probably wouldn't have found her body. But what's being left out of this is he left the trip with Gabby probably, I think it was around August 17th, to go clean out a storage unit in Florida with his and Gabby's things. And then he flew back, I think it was around the 23rd. And so sometime between the 23rd and possibly the 27th, they believe she was murdered.
Yeah.
So there's just a lot of odd things happening. The parents knew he was missing since Tuesday, but did not contact the FBI until Friday.
All right, I've got an emailer that's throwing stuff in since you have been following this. It says the guy that his mom is a attorney of some kind. Do you know that?
I have not heard that. Now, I pursued a degree in broadcast journalism and do not work in it right now, so I definitely don't have a law degree. I've kind of been following the one-off theories that have been coming out. Is there a connection to the other couple that was found murdered on August 18th near where they were? There's just a lot of odd things swirling.
So did he drive the van back to Florida, or did he fly back?
So when he went back to clean out the storage unit, he flew. And then the van showed back up. He flew there to Florida, flew back to where, she supposedly was. Then he drove the van back when it appeared on September 1st, but it would have been impossible for him to drive the van back August 30th when she supposedly texted her mom last for the van to make it back by September 1st. So there's kind of a gap in some things that we don't know.
But who is on a van trip out west and in the middle of it decides to clean out a storage building and flies back? That is so bizarre.
Exactly.
Well, and I'm looking at some of the stories now. They believe, that what's to come is just going through the steps. They're saying based on description of her, I guess what she had on and all this, that they think this is her. That this is.
They just haven't had a positive idea.
Yeah, but they said it matches the description of what they should be looking for.
Yeah.
Sadly,
And her father posted on Instagram basically a goodbye post to her last night, roughly an hour or so after that FBI press conference. So it's her. They're just going through formalities right now.
What are the chances that this other couple's on vacation who happens to have a camera in their windshield happens to go by and see this van and make note of their plates and all that, and then has that footage? And that's where they go to look for.
Yeah.
if they don't have that, they still have.
They're still looking.
To go.
Yeah. Especially since he won't talk.
Right.
But I guess I know there's only certain things you can do, but the coming back with the van without her, and I don't want to talk to anybody, is
it's bizarre.
Yeah, that is.
Oh, yeah.
So
can I ask you a question? Just you might not know. How does he get to the airport and from the airport back to her or whatever? How does he fly back? I guess he leaves the van with her?
That detail I haven't heard about as far as the trip goes. Now there's a lot of rumors circulating that while he was gone in Florida, that she was with another guy. They had a domestic dispute outside of some holistic shop, and the couple that was murdered around the same time that he was in Florida, or right before, it would have had to been before, worked at that shop, and somebody from that shop called in about the domestic dispute that they had. There's just a lot of weird things.
Yeah, I think if it was me, if I would be documented that I went home, and everybody's going to think that's weird, Then I go, well, I guess something happened. I guess something happened to her while I was in Florida. Look, you can see I was there. You know,
I mean, maybe that's part of what he was trying to do.
So I don't know. Or he's killed her, and then he's gone to clean out all of the stuff there that he didn't want anybody to find, and then comes back and acts like it happens later. I don't know.
Some people think that this August 30th text message that she sent to her mom was actually sent by him because the message just said no service in Yosemite.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was going to say too. That the last text, he could have just got her phone and text.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. So she could have been killed before that date. Yeah. So I don't know. Well, thanks for the update, Taylor Swift. Good to hear from you. There we go.
So I think what's going to happen, we're going to find out it is her. Like she said, I think it's just a formality they're going through, and then we're going to have the man hunt for him. And
because he's vanished.
And he's disappeared into what they believe is what I understood was some kind of national forest down in Florida somewhere.
Look, I don't know the way the law works, and certainly we're a innocent till proven guilty nation. Well, we were at one time, and so I got no problem with that. But if you come back without somebody that's missing,
you better have a pretty good story of where they got off the train at. You know,
it's because it was obvious they had issues. I mean, we have the incident that we played earlier with the officers and that dispute there in the van. If there was another something that happened outside of a shop, they were obviously arguing. Was he saying I just left her and came back home? To do some stuff?
He's not saying anything. He won't talk.
Well, I know. I'm just saying. I wonder what he will say. That is just bizarre that I've got to clean a unit out and I've left her there. That makes no sense at all.
No. I mean, you don't take a long van trip across the country to fly back and clean out a storage unit. I mean, good night.
Well, I
pay your extra $60, keep it another month.
Well, I'm with you guys. If I'm just strategizing, I'm thinking, oh, okay, I've killed somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody knows she's with me. Is this, like you said, I'm going to go do this, so now I'm going to come back and claim once I eventually talk and get all my mind together.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say, well, you see that I left the trip and went back to Florida. Now you're going to have to really unpack why I was going to clean out a unit. I got that, but I guess it happened while I was gone.
Well, Daily Mail, which we look at for a lot of show prep, which is a British publication for U.S. News, their headline today is "Who Let Brian Walk?" So they're going, how did this guy not get questioned when he came back?
Yeah, that maybe there's some detail we don't know, but that just seems bizarre that if last person with her comes back with van without her and won't talk to anybody, you say, well, if you're not going to talk, well, you can't. You got to hold till we.
And what makes it even worse? I go back and I drive the van back without her. What do you?
Right. It's
what?
I know. So we will see because. Look, guys, I understand, and of course, now there's nothing that surprises me anymore, sadly. But couples get on each other's nerves and get into fights all the time. It doesn't lead to somebody dead.
No.
But if you're showing that issues were going on, certainly you use that in the case because, well, it's obvious he's agitated. But to be agitated and kill somebody is different than agitated and I'm done with the trip.
Yeah.
All right, this is getting old. You get on my nerves, I'm out of here. So anyway, top of the hour, we'll see because, like we said, we think it is a formality that they do believe this is, unfortunately, her body. So she has been killed by something, and you see the number one suspect is on the run.
Yeah,
or has disappeared. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Okay, Rick here. I want to talk to all of you that have been hearing us talk about Vincero.com. And Bubba, I actually brought this watch in right here. Look, let me show you this right here, the kind of quality that I'm talking about. We're going to get you 15% off your entire order If you go to VINCERO collective.com/Rick Bubba. So VINCERO collective, Vincero Collected, and VinceroCollective.com/Rick Bubba. They've got sunglasses. They've got these watches, and the one I'm holding in my hand is the thing that I noticed, when we started talking about them being a sponsor of the show. Hey, man, we'll send you some of the stuff. And I said, well, look, send me one of these watches. I also got a pair of sunglasses for them that I love. And the minute that I opened it up, and I love this box. Look, I mean, this is the quality. I love this. And the minute I opened it up, the heaviness and just the quality, the durability of the product was instant. I got it quick. Now, ladies, they do have stuff for you as well. So go check out right now, VinceroCollective.com/Rick Bubba. That is 15% off the entire order, and all shipping costs will be covered as well. So if you want to elevate your look because, you want to look good, you want to feel good, check them out. You're going to find something there that you love. Don't settle for less quality than Vincero Collective. They have a collection for every look, quality you can be proud of, and you'll notice that immediately, and a price point that you can feel good about. And to make you feel even better, we're going to get you that extra 15% off. So go check out the cool stuff they have now, VINCERO collective.com/Rick Bubba. the Rick and Bubba Show, coming to you from the Rick and Bubba Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. We thank you for being with us today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang is all here. And welcome back for a brand new hour. There is Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, honored and privileged. Thank all of you for being part of the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
COVID update. It's getting a little dicey out there as people are more and more starting to have enough with the inconsistency and the confusion of the so-called science and the people ignoring natural antibodies and the herd immunity, which we'll get into that a little bit today. But I was just, and I know we don't have to land on some of these, but I do find it interesting that that Times Square was swarmed by hundreds that were protesting the COVID vaccine mandate, and they were chanting something not very nice toward Joe Biden. But Times Square having a worldwide rally for freedom, Times Square.
I know, that's a little strange. Where'd those people come from?
In a very conservative New York City.
Yeah.
I saw some footage for a meeting in our city of people who went out to hear various doctors who disagree with some of the inconsistency that we're having here. And somebody sent me a video from inside that gathering in Birmingham, and the people were singing "We're Not Going to Take It" by Twisted Sister. So people are starting. We see in our state, one of the big hospitals was going to do a vaccine mandate. They've backed off that now.
Well, I saw this. It was a press release Friday. Mm-hmm. It comes from the Alabama Center for Law and Liberty, and I think that's the Alabama chapter of the national branch by the same name.
Right.
And it said that the UAB health system, which is our largest health system here in the state, University of Alabama at Birmingham, that they will rescind the vaccine mandate after receiving a demand letter from the ACLL. So they said that they had indicated that everyone would have to get, vaccinated, and they were sent a letter by the ACLL saying that this would violate the state's vaccine passport law. So they have currently backed down on that demand. So I assume that's true from the press release.
Well, again, and we're going to get to a Fauci comment here in a minute after a Seth Rogan comment, but the problem that these mandates are having, especially in the medical field, is we don't need people walking off the job because they don't want to be mandated to get a vaccine when they have natural antibodies, or just they don't want to get it and they're willing to work. Chris Rock has announced, and again, it's hard to follow the logic on this. He is fully vaccinated. He now is tested positive for the variant, and this is the thing I don't get. Now he is fully vaccinated. Let me be sure I have this right.
Well, he said he was fully vaccinated on an appearance on one of the late night talk shows back in May when they were talking about this, and he was joking around. He said that he had been fully vaccinated.
Right, and they said they confirmed that he's had the Johnson & Johnson.
Right, the one shot. Yeah.
So, because he said they called me 2 shots Rock, but then they found out he actually had the Johnson & Johnson. But think how hilarious this is. He has COVID, and he's telling all of his followers, he's already told everybody he's fully vaccinated. He has COVID. I don't know how he's feeling. He's not saying it. He's saying this.
He said it's bad. He said, you don't want this.
Hey, guys, I just found out I had COVID. Trust me, you don't want this. Get vaccinated. Hey, Chris, what do you mean I don't want this? Get vaccinated. You were vaccinated, and you have it.
Well, and maybe the vaccination has helped, even though he's not, feeling great at the moment. Maybe it's kept it from being as serious as it could have been. But there is some irony to that.
That's an ironic statement.
Yeah.
But I'm with you. Look, it can be. I'm not saying it can't be a treatment, but you can't tell people to go get vaccinated so they won't get it because you were vaccinated and you have it.
Yeah, maybe he's going to have a mild case of it. I
sure hope so. Yeah. But anyway, so Seth Rogan, the Emmys were last night, and he made a little comment about everybody being in the room based on what's going on. So here it is.
Anyway, good to be here at the Emmy Awards. Let me start by saying there is way too many of us in this little room. What are we doing? They said this was outdoors. It's not. They lied to us. We're in a hermetically sealed tent right now. I would not have come to this. Why is there a roof? It's more important that we have 3 chandeliers than that we make sure we don't kill Eugene Levy tonight. That is what has been decided.
That's so good.
That's a good line.
Oh, that's good. So, Bubba,
but see, you see this, you see ball games, you see all of this, and Fauci's been critical of the ball games, but he hadn't said anything about that. Didn't say anything about the big Obama birthday party. He seems to pick and choose which events he thinks are dangerous.
Problematic.
It's problematic.
It's problematic.
You fat slob.
So, Bubba, it's getting the natural antibodies thing is getting so plain as the antibodies on our face.
Yeah.
That now even liberals are saying we don't understand why we're ignoring the natural antibody people.
Well,
I mean,
without that conversation, Rick, I think you're doing a disjustice to trying to get people to take the vaccine because you're not talking about it. So you act like you got something to hide. So why not cover it and then move on?
So Jake Tapper is going to ask Fauci again about this antibodies thing. Now, see, Fauci has nowhere to go now. Even when he's on CNN, they keep asking him.
Yeah, they're cornering him now.
All right, so here we go.
I want to ask you about people who were previously infected with COVID, who, you and I have discussed this before, have some lingering antibody protections. I understand that vaccination offers stronger protections, but what's your answer when people say, why does Biden's new federal vaccine mandate have to apply to people that have had COVID, given that they have some protection already?
Yeah, it is true. They do have protection. The one thing that we are not aware of yet, and hopefully we'll get that data, is what the durability of protection is, and looking ahead, whether or not that type of a protection that's induced by natural infection, how that will be against a variety of variants as they arrive. I'm not denying at all that people who get infected and recover have a considerable degree of immunity. We also know, and I think we should not let this pass without saying it, that when you get infected and recover, A, you get a good degree of immunity, but B, when you get vaccinated, you dramatically increase that protection, which is something that's really quite good.
I can't disagree with anything he said right there. That mirrors the Israeli study that we had talked about before and appears to be the latest study everybody is quoting. And Helms brought it up earlier, though. There's some irony to that even, that Israel is one of the most fully vaccinated countries on the planet. They're like 70-something% fully vaccinated. And they're having one of the worst outbreaks right now than anybody.
Right. And I'm not going to speculate anything here. I'm just going to tell you what's going on there. Okay, 78% over the age of 12 have been vaccinated. They did a deal with Pfizer right out the gate, like December, January. So everybody was pretty much vaccinated. And so we're probably about from what I understand, we're about 4 or 5 months behind them on that scale. But what is going on right now, and when I say fully vaccinated, I'm including a third booster. So they've had 2 shots and a third booster.
Wow.
And they're even talking now, do we go with a 4th booster? This is obviously running out and not playing well with the variants. We've got to do something. And so they say that if this phenomenon that's going on with them right now hits us, we will not see this till like January, February, March. So keep your eye on Israel, see what's going on. The same thing may happen here. We don't know. I'm not speculating at all. I'm just telling you what's going on there.
Yeah, look at the graph that Adler had up, Rick. You see, like 2 weeks ago, they had the highest level of infection that they've had during the whole thing. And like he said, they're one of the most vaccinated groups on the planet. And part of their deal with Pfizer to get everybody vaccinated to begin with was that they were going to be test data. They basically was going to be a big one-country guinea pig test on this to get all the data we could on COVID, on shots, on antibodies, all this stuff. And like I say, they're where we all want to be, and they're still having an outbreak.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
It's clear that the vaccine dips over time as well, and Fauci conveniently leaves that out in his discussion with Mr. Tapper.
Yeah.
Well, both of them cause your own body to produce antibodies, either through the shot or through having it. So we're talking about the same immune system.
Yeah.
Pfizer has approved, FDA's approved a booster for Pfizer, by the way. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. You got Rick and Bubba. Let's go. We chat with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. If you want to join us right now, we have lines available, and we will go to the phones, and you can talk about anything you want to. You're going to be programming this segment of the Rick and Bubba Show, so you're free to talk at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we'll give you an opportunity to dial in now. Now, one of the things that we mentioned going to break, the FDA panel has endorsed Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine booster for people 65 and older, high-risk patients.
Yes.
Which
now that went against what the president was wanting everybody to get it. You know, and he was kind of already rolling that out, talking about it, promoting it. Yeah. And, you know, thank goodness some of the commissioners there that are in charge of this going, look, data doesn't say that. It might at one time, and you know, the president's not on the lead on this. This is a science issue.
Yeah, well,
so I would have to tell the president, as he loves to quote, "Hey, man, follow the science."
Come on, man. Hey, come on, man. Get the vaccine.
And you know, we had two of the commissioners resign that said this is getting too political. So
you think? Well, Fauci's finally being forced to talk about natural antibodies.
Right. And I'm glad everybody he's running into wants to talk about it.
So I'm loving that. And one of the things that, and I don't know that we know the answer to this because we may need, it may be anecdotal problematic. But here's what we do know. I always like to start on what we do know. The vaccine will not keep you from getting the variant.
No.
That we know.
Yep.
Does it play a role in it not being severe? We certainly hope so.
It looks like it.
And it looks like it. But what no one will answer, then they'll tell you that your natural antibodies with the vaccine is the ultimate. Now,
Even better.
That's what they say. But one thing they're not saying, which might be, you know, it's almost kind of like bacon. See, I think natural antibodies are like bacon.
Oh, well, I can't wait to hear this.
They make everything better. Okay? Because I think what nobody wants to talk about, and we don't have enough information, so I'm acknowledging that, I guess, or it's being withheld, I don't know. Do your natural antibodies, the scientists I've saw break this down say yes, on the famous tackle the X running back versus tackle any running back.
Right.
Do the natural antibodies give you a better protection against variants than the vaccine? And nobody is talking about that. Now, there's been some that have dared to say, yes, we think so for this reason on research we've had in the past, because your natural antibodies are not manufactured antibodies, so they haven't been told to go after one running back. They've been told to tackle anybody on this team.
Well, I think again, you have to remember we get natural antibodies to fight this virus. You can get it one of two ways. You can get it from a vaccine or you can get it from having it.
Right.
Now, does that cause a different response in your body? I think that's the question. Which one is more effective against the variants and all that down the line?
Right.
And I don't know.
Because right now,
but I can make that argument on either side and give you plenty of documentation to back that up. So I'm gonna have to put that under we really don't know.
We don't. Now, in my very weird, small whatever, I've had a lot of people who are vaccinated that have gotten the variant. I don't know of anybody with natural antibodies that's gotten it. I don't.
I know a couple of people now who had natural antibodies who have got a vaccination also. So we'll see how that plays.
Yeah, and that may be, if that'll work, that's great. But,
and I'm not anti-vax. I will probably be in that category at some point. So I'll probably be the test guinea pig here on the show.
But we do know, and this is the one you always hear. Well, your natural antibodies will wane. Well, apparently so does the vaccine.
Yeah. Well, all the antibodies are going to wane. The real question is how does the T cell memory hold up, or what I like to call the filing cabinet.
So then now we're back to, does your natural T cell operation work better than any attempt to manufacture it?
It's just what does your body recognize as a threat the best? The response caused by the vaccine or the response caused by natural antibodies, and what lasts the longest?
Right, and here's what we know.
Now, back to the Israeli study, it says natural antibodies the best. If you haven't had that, you need the vaccine. So you're either case, you have some line of defense.
Correct.
And they're saying vaccine on top of natural antibodies, you're off the chart, the best. That's what they said. And I think that is the best advice we have so far. Could change next week.
We do know vaccine alone will not stop you from getting a variant. That we know.
Right. but it may limit
right.
the severity, which is important.
We hope.
And it may not make any difference. None of it might help. I mean,
Right.
we know people that have had to go to the hospital that have had the vaccine, and some that have had it before. So I don't.
Well, there's always the antidote breakthrough, whatever.
Yeah, the breakthrough infection.
All right, let's go to the phones. We'll go to. Would you like to talk to the vocalizer?
You know, Rick, the vocalizer looks interesting to me. I'd like to hear. I hope he talks in a strange voice too.
All right, vocalizer, go ahead.
Mac, 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 mac.
So I was just calling about the where they had pulled over the vehicle, the van.
Yep.
The police actually saw erratic driving, and what it was she was grabbing hold of the steering wheel where they were fighting. Witnesses actually saw him trying to keep her off of him, and he had cuts on his face and everything where she had been hitting him, and her rings were cutting his face, and they were about to take her to jail. But he did not want to press charges, so they had him stay in a house or something where they keep people that are, abusive, relationships, whatever, overnight. And she took the van. But yeah, she almost went to jail. She was hitting him, and witnesses saw that he was basically trying to defend himself.
Yeah, what I saw, they said they were taking him to a hotel room, but yeah, they definitely had to separate them, and we don't know all the details.
Yeah, well, I'd got emails too said that it looked like she was the aggressor in that whole deal. So I don't know.
Let's go to Fred in Birmingham. Fred, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Yes. Hey, good morning. I was just going to follow up just like you did about when the story first come out. They said that she has some type of emotional problems, and it was all her. How do we know she didn't commit suicide? I mean, just like Rick said, you're proven guilty until you're innocent, or you're proven innocent until you're guilty, or what. But anyway.
Yeah, well,
no, I think you're absolutely right. You're innocent until proven guilty. I don't know that the boyfriend has helped his case by refusing to talk and now disappearing.
That hurts. If you want to come home with a suicide story, you probably clarify that as soon as you arrive, and you certainly don't vanish.
Because if he cared about her, wouldn't he be wanting her to be found too, as opposed to, hey, I ain't talking to her, I'm out of here. Yeah. I mean, that just from a human behavior standpoint, I think doesn't add up.
Yeah, like I said, there's been all kinds of disagreements between couples, but when someone's dead, it changes the whole dynamic. And if it was something like that, you would just think he would contact everybody, tell them what happened. And as Bubba said, if she did it off somewhere where he didn't know where she was, he'd be helping find her, I would think.
Yeah. Why ain't you out there helping lead the teams going, this is the places we stop?
Yeah, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so how many times when you're trying to do I'm trying to do a little bit better, and the first thing everybody wants to do is take bread away from you? Well, there goes the bread. Everybody hates bread. Everybody's against bread. Well, let me point you to a great opportunity, and that's with our friends at Uprising Foods. This food system is fundamentally broken that we have right now. People we're eating all this processed stuff. It's not good for us. But then when you try to get away from this stuff, you go to things that don't taste very good. Well, that's the reason why we got to have Uprising Foods. The bread that they have produced is fantastic. It tastes good. It's fresh. It's made with quality ingredients. You're actually eating a loaf of bread that is good for you. So if you want to try the sampler bundle product, it's a sampler bundle, and here's what you can do. We're going to get you $10 off with Uprising Food. It's the starter bundle. It's going to include 2 seafood cubes, 4-pack of Freedom Chips to try. Go to uprisingfood.com/RickBubba, and now that discount will be automatically applied at the checkout. That's Uprising, UPRISING, uprisingfood.com/RickBubba, and we're going to get you $10 off your first purchase of the starter bundle. That way you can get it, you can try it, you can see the quality that we're talking about. And look, I'm going to tell you this. I remember the late John Panette when he did the bit about, have you tried the bread?
Be sure you try the bread as well. uprisingfood.com/rickbubba to get $10 off. We are back 35 minutes past the hour, continuing with your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. All right, so let's go to Kim. Kim is out of Springville. If you want to get in now, you can at 866-WE-BE-BIG. All right, so Kim, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today? Oh, that's not Kim. There's Kim. Hey, Kim, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah, loud and clear. Good phone,
Q5.
Great. Okay, I was calling because I had COVID last November, and in December, I went and got an antibodies test, and I tested positive for antibodies. And then I waited, and then I tested again in March of this year, and I tested positive for antibodies again. And then come August, I was trying to decide whether or not to get the vaccine. So I went and had my antibodies tested again, and this test was different. It actually told me what type of antibodies I had.
Sure.
And so I was positive for IgG antibodies, which is the antibodies your body produces long term.
Yeah, right. Like T cells? Is this like T cells?
Well, it didn't say T cells.
Okay, all right.
It's just a test I had done at a pharmacy, and they marked it on my paper that I was positive for IgG antibodies, but I was also positive for IgM antibodies, which is the antibodies your body creates after a short-term infection. So it showed me, I mean, what I'm gathering, that means that I had recently recovered from another COVID infection I didn't know that I had.
Yeah. I wondered about that because when you have protection, let's think about how many times throughout the year, just, normal stuff, you go, I don't feel so good, but now I'm okay. Oh, I'm back. I don't really have a fever. I didn't really feel right. Hey, but, it could be that. So you're saying your body has continued to fight it long term.
Yes. So that's what, just a Google search, basically. I mean, I'm not in the medical field, but you do a Google search, it'll tell you that the IgM antibodies, so they look different apparently under a microscope. They're like bigger.
They're the first responders.
Yes. And so now I had a stomach bug like a week before that was like 12 to 24 hours. Never ran fever or anything like that, but that was the most recent illness that I had. But that tells me that I had long-term antibodies, and then I had short-term antibodies from another recent infection.
How about
and
that?
my COVID infection was, almost a year ago.
Wow. Okay. Thanks. I'm hearing a lot of that.
We've learned a lot about the immune system the past 2 years, and I think you're going to see more and more of this where they're going to have more sophisticated and complicated antibody tests and be able to tell you more and more. I mean, there's a whole list of the immune globulin. You've got M's and A's, and all of it. So there's a whole alphabet of them. So.
Well, but what we're learning is, like she said, is she got it, and her body is acting and doing a very efficient job of continuing to fight this coronavirus team.
Right.
When it keeps throwing stuff at it.
You remember early on in this, do you remember the test where they had someone, and I think she worked in a emergency room, or it was something to do with the hospital, worked in a ward where they were treating COVID patients. A nurse who had it had recovered, and they also had someone that got it, and they isolated them as part of the test. And, the isolated person's antibodies went away after, I think it was 90 days or something.
Right.
And the nurse who had been caring for COVID patients still had it going strong a year after. So there's something to do with
almost
exposure.
like exercising.
Right.
It's almost like exercising. And I think that what we're learning is
lockdowns. If that's still accurate,
lockdowns and isolation may be the worst thing that we could do.
On some of these, yes.
Yeah.
Now, if you had a death rate of 50%, you'd have to do that.
Oh, of course.
Or 30 or 25, but we're still talking about death rate less than 1%. Which is bad if you're in that percent, but overall, to fight it, I think we don't need the lockdown.
Mike in Gadsden. Mike, go ahead. Z93. Mike, how are you?
Hey, doing good. Just a quick question, Rick. I'm wondering, are you asking everybody to go out and get COVID? Because isn't that the only way you get antibodies?
Yeah. Well, no, you can get them through the vaccine. They just don't seem to be as good.
Well, I'm with you on that, but the only way you can get natural antibodies is to have COVID, right?
That is correct.
So if you're not recommending everybody go out and get COVID, maybe we should recommend, if they don't want to get the virus, to go ahead and get the vaccine to get
No, and I'll tell you, we've never recommended that you go and catch it to try to get the antibodies. But I think where we're at, if you have the antibodies, you have defense. If you don't, you need the vaccine, and then either way, you got some line of defense.
Yeah, all I'm saying is let's not ignore the natural antibody part of this. It's actually good news. No one was trying to get it, but people do get it, and apparently you even get it after you've been vaccinated on the variant. But the vaccine, as we've said very clearly, seems to give you some kind of resistance to it, putting you in the hospital. Now, there are always exceptions to every one of these scenarios.
Yeah, breakthroughs.
But it seems to be it helps you. So, yeah, if I had not had the disease and I was concerned about it, I would get the vaccine because at least that gets me something.
Yeah, you don't want to do the chicken pox party because you may have 10 people infected and 2 of them, it may kill them. But you just don't know.
But if you want to get through this, the uncomfortable truth is the combination of vaccine and people getting it is how we're going to get to the other side. I'm just saying we have to live our lives. and you do the best you can do. But I mean, do you think these ball games and everything over the weekend? It doesn't really matter what we say. People are returning to living their lives, and there's only so much you can do to keep you from getting it.
I don't know
what you want to do is survive it.
I don't know if you've seen these animations where they show where the maximum infection in the country has been. Have you seen this?
Right.
It looks like the infection moves back and forth across the country almost like a wave.
Yeah.
And it has nothing to do with the season. Or it appears it just keeps moving back and forth. And right now, the peak has been in the south along the coast, but it is moving north, if you see that. So I don't know what you make of that data, but it certainly looks like there's a pattern there to some degree.
Yeah, but Mike, I would say to you, because I don't know about you, I can't stay locked away and continue to function, and there's a lot of bad health problems that come with that. But I really believe that the more important, more pressing issue is to be sure you have enough treatments and to be sure you take care of yourself health-wise to minimize COVID killing you. And the good news is very few people are killed percentage-wise by the vaccine. I mean, by the virus. And it's sad the number of people that it is.
Yeah.
It's
because it's a lot of people.
It's horrible, but there's only so much you can do. So I would be concentrating in my life of giving myself, based on the way I live my life health-wise, the treatments that are available, including the vaccine, by the way, and I would give myself the best shot of surviving it. But apparently, there is no foolproof way to keep from getting it. Now, some of these things make us feel better, I guess, but you got to move back to your life. There's no other way around it. And you move back to your life and you operate like we do anytime there's something, and we're getting to the point that we can treat it better. But we can't. It's been politicized, and this thing that we're doing, that unvaccinated people, including natural antibody people, I guess, are wicked, and the vaccinated, they're the truly good people of the world. If we could just be like the vaccinated, and that's just not true, because, as we know, the vaccine is not going to keep people from our numbers of positive COVID tests going up. I mean,
we do know another thing too, Rick, that the monoclonal antibody treatment early on has been a game changer for vaccinated or non-vaccinated.
Absolutely.
Okay, and that we need to be producing that wide open. That's where the Defense Act needs to be used right now to get that, so that everybody that gets sick can get a bag of that immediately when they're diagnosed.
Yeah, and we don't need to play games with that.
No, and not withhold, and we're going to do this and equitable that. When you're sick, get it right away.
States should get that treatment as they need it.
Yes.
No matter whether they're blue or red.
Yeah, there's no need to hoard it.
Right.
It needs to go where people are sick.
Right. So I just believe, Mike, that it's a foregone conclusion that we can't get people from getting it. What we need to do is keep people from dying from it.
Yep.
That needs to be where our focus is.
And back to the original thing, flatten the curve for the hospitals.
Right. Yeah.
You remember that was the whole goal.
Right.
Remember, no one was ever saying we're going to keep people from getting it. We just, I just hope this thing isn't like a rubber ball at the mall and just keep bouncing around. We want to try to get it out of the genome at some point.
And if it does, then you got to learn to live with it.
Yeah.
15 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
154 yards.
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. So let's talk about HelloFresh.com. HelloFresh.com. What a great way to do meal planning. Our friends at HelloFresh.com, when you use our promo code Bubba at HelloFresh.com, you are able to get up to 14 free meals just by using our code, so you'd want to do that. There's over 50 menu and market items to choose from every week that the chefs at the HelloFresh.com have put together for you. You see here, if you're watching this on YouTube, you see a meal being prepared by Adler right now. And if Adler can do it, they're not that difficult. Look at him. Look at him getting after it. Everything that he needs is in this HelloFresh package. Helmsley's family, they love it. We love it. So they send you, and you can look. I love the idea of this if you're trying to do a little better. I mean, if you're trying to do a little better, then they send them pre-portioned. Here are the calories. Here's what you do. But even if you're just wanting to eat great meals, it's a great service too. So go to HelloFresh.com, find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Every meal comes with all the ingredients you need in each bag, the recipe card that are easy to follow in each bag, and then you just simply prepare them. So go now, HelloFresh.com. That's HelloFresh.com. Also, they have snack options. You need a snack in a hurry, they got that. Go to HelloFresh.com or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Look at Adler eating that. That looks good, buddy. That looks real good. All right, we are continuing with the updates. Over the weekend, Bubba, it looks like AP has the Tide still at number 1, Georgia still at number 2, and I looked up and Oregon was like playing Stony Brook. What is Stony Brook?
That sounds like a junior high. You know, Stony Brook.
What is Stony Brook?
Yeah, well, it used to be a golf course in Jacksonville I lived on, but
right.
Yeah, I remember Helms had brought it up. You remember they had a baseball team that went to the World Series a few years ago.
Yeah.
It just looked weird to see.
Yeah, you don't see that much.
Right.
At one time I looked and I thought, what is this? Is this some traveling team? I didn't know what.
How do you feel about Cincinnati sitting there at number 8?
Well, I mean, they felt like last year they got overlooked a little bit, and they still have a really good football team. Now it was not an easy game to win. I mean, they had to fight for it, but now
who they beat?
Indiana. They beat Indiana Saturday, but I don't know who all they've played. But anyway, they got a good team. Oklahoma's still sitting there. Did you watch Oklahoma Nebraska game?
I did.
I
watched it just because I wanted to see those uniforms on the field. And you know what?
They had 'em.
And you know what? It looked like the old Oklahoma Nebraska game.
I thought
had
about
a good
you,
feel
Bubba, when I saw them.
To have that happening early on Saturday,
that was a good way to kick off the weekend.
It made me feel good about. I just felt good.
Yeah, I did too.
Now
Nebraska hung in there.
Well, if I can say this, and Greg, I know you're already thinking about this. I realize that we love that the guy caught the interception with one hand. We love that.
That had to be one of the best catches, period, I've ever seen.
But it was the wrong play. You knock it down.
Yeah, I know.
You don't catch the ball right there. So
he didn't realize he was going to catch it.
So we're all celebrating.
I think he was trying to knock it down, Rick, and it stuck in his hand.
Right, yeah. I mean,
look, this is incredible.
Yeah, it's a good catch, but it really is the wrong defensive move.
Yeah, he should have swatted it out of bounds.
Right, yeah.
That had to be but forget the situation. That had to be one of the most acrobatic catches I've ever seen. Well, I think that's better than Odell Beckham's catch that time.
Well, I'll disagree a little bit because the ball is coming at this guy fluttery.
Yeah,
it doesn't have the zip on it. Odell Beckham caught it on the zip.
But I just mean position of the body and how he had to tuck it while he was in air. And
if you've got big enough hands, the ball's fluttering a little bit, but it still was a great catch. Now it's the wrong defensive thing to do.
Right.
But it was a good catch.
But what a good game. Good to see those teams play again. See, those teams need to play for college football.
Yes.
And I wish it was at the end of the year, but I'll take it. I'm not proud.
Look, Bubba, we can't be.
How long has it been since they played? Years?
I really don't know.
Time they played?
I really don't know. So that's and so we got Oklahoma. They still leave them at 4, and of course the teams that dropped. Clemson has slipped. Ohio State has slipped, and Penn State.
Florida's still hanging in there pretty good. 2-1 at number 11?
11. Yeah. We still, for some reason, everybody still believes in Notre Dame at 12. I mean, it's I know they're 3-0, but it's not an impressive 3-0. It's an ugly 3-0.
How about Ole Miss at 3-0?
Yeah, and look, let me tell you, last year they weren't very good on defense, but their offense was as good as anybody.
Is Arkansas a little surprising to you? 3-0 coming in at number 16?
Look, they got a schedule coming up that they think is the hardest in the country.
Yeah.
But let me tell you,
into that
let me tell you
SEC
something.
West,
Is it Sam Pittman? Is that his name?
Yeah.
He's got them motivated. They're playing hard.
He does.
We're about to find out because they go Texas A&M, UGA, Ole Miss, and Auburn.
There
right
you go.
there in a row.
There you go.
Hello.
Hello,
Sam Pittman.
Hello, Hogs.
Yeah, Georgia is playing well right now. They look good. They look real good. So in Alabama, don't read too much into that.
Nah.
Alabama is one of those kind of teams, and I've said it before. They get bored, and then a game like Saturday that they hung in there and won. That'll be a motivator for Saban to scream, "I told you so!"
Right.
And he'll have you'll see another level of play come from them.
Yeah.
I thought Auburn really kind of got lucky. They didn't get dinged too hard by the voters at all, staying at 23.
Well,
hanging at 23.
I think if you're looking for
where were they at? 22, 21.
Yeah,
going into.
And I know that Auburn had not fallen off as bad as Arkansas, but if you're those two programs, Arkansas and Auburn, win or lose, and right now Arkansas is winning and Auburn lost in the Penn State game. But I think if you're a fan of either one of those programs, you have the right guy at the helm right now. These two coaches have these two programs playing more motivated, more physical. They just look like they're ready to play, Arkansas and Auburn, and they haven't looked that way in the last few years. And, of course, Pittman had them playing, harder last year, but you see that it's continued in the offseason, and now they're playing even better.
The SEC West will be very entertaining, I think, aside from Alabama, who's obviously a cut above.
Did LSU look any good this past weekend? Who'd they play?
I don't know.
They played somebody because they had the purple on at home, so that means it was some non-conference person.
Yeah. The fact that they
won big.
I was going to say the fact that we hadn't heard anything tells me they won pretty big.
Yeah, that's a program I think is in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, I'm worried about Clemson.
Clemson, yeah, they're offensively they don't look very good. The quarterback he looks real nervous.
As far as expectations go going into the season, that's the team that I got my little flag up on.
49-21 over Central Michigan.
Yeah,
there you go.
There's just something I just don't feel like. I don't know. LSU is concerning.
Yeah,
as far as where they were,
and I'm concerned about Florida State's fans, the crowd,
LSU
the fan base.
Central Michigan.
Yeah.
If y'all said that,
we just said it. That's okay. I mean,
By the way, Mississippi State plays LSU this weekend.
Okay. Yeah, 11 o'clock kickoff.
Wow.
Okay.
Where's that at?
Starkville. But those 11 o'clock games, it's
going to be pretty weather.
Oh, it'd be beautiful.
Yeah.
Y'all don't know how excited I am about.
Will you get to tailgate this week?
I know. I won't.
Well, it's early.
I won't make it this week.
You don't go there early?
No.
At 11 o'clock's time.
No.
I mean, you got to be up before daylight.
Yeah. Big Papa needs a sleep day. Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a big day. You got more Rick and Bubba. We'll do the top of the hour break, and then we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Adler, all here. Welcome back for a brand new hour. There he is, Bill Bubba Bussett.
Rick, glad to be here. I stopped talking when the music stopped. Did you notice that? Locked up on it.
It's like I pressed the pause button.
You stopped the music, I stopped. I was on the rhythm with it there. It threw me off. Look, glad all of you are here and celebrating almost 28 years on the air, which is incredible by any stretch.
4, 3. SpaceX is on.
SpaceX.
So SpaceX is back, man. Bubba, I think Bubba needed this over the weekend. Greg, I kid you not, I have, and I'm counting them. There have been 6 conversations on the show today that he's traced back to the Vikings. And wow.
Everything goes back to the Vikings.
He doesn't care, though.
I said, Bubba, does everything go back to the Vikings?
Not really. I haven't followed any, but we were having a discussion about long field goals, and I started looking at how many of them had been against the Vikings. I thought, well, that's
Greg, I'm talking about, there's been 6 different conversations, and at the end, I said, of course, you're not the Vikings.
So he went and said, against the Vikings.
So
like, it all goes back to the Vikings.
On Saturday afternoon, there was a lot going on. We had one group of games ending. We had another group starting.
Oh, yeah.
We had the SpaceX capsule coming back. I mean, I was just flipping that channel trying to keep up with all of it.
So here comes the splashdown. Look, here it comes.
Boys.
Here it comes.
Now, the Dragon 1 program had great success with the water landing, with 20 successful splashdowns over the course of that program, 9 of which were carried out by flight-proven Dragon spacecraft.
I wish I wouldn't call it the Dragon.
And this is a great shot. Dragon continuing to descend back towards Earth. Again, targeting a landing, a splashdown off the coast of Florida in the Atlantic Ocean.
Copy 600.
That's what you want right there.
Yeah, they still don't sound right.
They get fired up, don't they? And here it comes, Bubba.
That's got to be a good feeling after you've been through that fireball for about 7 minutes.
Do you have tears in your eyes?
No. Bubba. I'm not.
Quick, think about the Vikings so you'll be sad.
I just thought that was cool.
You're right. Look,
and
I think
they
he was thinking
ended
about that targeting call at the goal line.
They ended up raising over $210 million. More to come as they auction off things from the trip.
That's cool.
And that they made it over the mark because Elon threw in $50 million after they landed. So good for them. Good for St. Jude.
Boy, St. Jude did real well on that.
Yeah, they did.
So, Rick, we have a new era in space travel. We can now put a bunch of civilians up there and let her ride. So I think this is going to move the needle a little bit further. Hey, it's great technology, too, to be able to reuse that stuff like they do.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Can we go get the tissue?
No, I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good.
You all right, buddy?
Yeah. I'm good.
Yes, I can go get
I'm
it.
good.
That's right. Yep.
Allergies.
Yes, it's allergies.
Allergies. You know too when they're in the reentry burn, they have the hot plasma around the capsule.
Look, watch his face.
No communications or whatever. But I love now they have the long range infrared camera, and you see that thing white hot coming through there. That's pretty cool.
A ball of fire.
And
Hey, you have my attention at ball of fire.
The one thing I was
BOF.
missing was the 400 boats out there waiting on them like last time. The Coast Guard shut that down this time.
Yeah, you probably don't want to get your boat out there on something that's coming out of space and hitting the water.
But don't you think
a little
that's
unpredictable?
But that's kind of fun, I think, for the boaters.
It
We got
is.
something coming from space. Let's go see it.
Unless the capsule goes right through your boat.
Right, you don't want that.
Right.
But what are the odds, Rick? Come on.
I'll tell you what, the odds are zero if I'm not out there.
Plus, there's a lot of hot gases and things, still on the shell of that thing. You got to let it cool off for a minute. You don't want to get out there and bump into that.
Look, there's...
Yeah, you remember that from before.
Yeah, it's flags.
If you got your boat a giant Trump flag, you shouldn't be right up next to the capsule.
No, well,
Maybe we ought to let the professionals get them.
maybe,
Maybe
but
what a good flight. That was great for them.
So what all did they do? Where did they go?
Well, they orbited the Earth at a pretty high altitude, like 300 plus miles, and I think they made 41 complete times around. Went for 3 days, so it was quite an adventure. And we finally, after the first day, we did start getting some video images and pictures of the crew, and Netflix is making a documentary, so we're going to see all of it in high def in the near future.
Well, you know why they finally started sending some stuff, because you demanded it.
Well, no, it
Yes.
just,
Bubba pushed them on it.
Did we?
but I wanted, I did. I was like, look, guys, we've been, y'all been documenting this thing. Don't just cut us off here. Hey, we're in orbit, so good luck. You know?
When you did that, did we start getting stuff after that?
Well, maybe the timing was just right. So I just ask a few questions. Why are we not seeing any video?
No, I
mean,
understand.
we've had video angles from all over the place. Why are we not seeing any now?
Right.
So we'll find out more later. But it was cool to see them, floating around, and the view they had of the Earth was unbelievable.
How quickly will you be on the Netflix documentary?
Oh yeah, I'll be right there when it comes out.
There's the flat Earth.
I'll be all over.
There it is.
There's that plate.
Yep.
So you can see the ice wall out there on the edge. There it is. Got in that conversation again yesterday. Hey, this has got to go.
Really?
I can't take
Rick,
it.
I thought you'd refuse to have that conversation.
Well, I did. I
Just walk
refused.
away, Rick.
I shut the door again. That's my thing. You think I'm not going to talk about that. I'm not going to talk about that. And honestly, I'm not real thrilled to have a conversation about COVID.
One of the other
Got done
things
with that too.
Rick, they did an interview with I think it was 9 kids that were selected from St. Jude and answered questions from them while they were on orbit. So that was kind of cool.
How cool is that?
If you're, God forbid you end up in that situation where you're fighting a terrible disease and you're a kid. But what a great motivation to know that someone who's been there in that bed, had the same thing you did, and has fully recovered now, doing the astronaut thing. That has to pump you up.
Oh, of course it does.
And so that good for them.
Let me pot Greg's mic.
Yeah.
Right. Let me just, because I hate to bring this up, when they land, I'm pretty sure in the next Florida home game, that team is going to do 2 bits.
Probably with them suits on.
Right.
How about that view out the window, the cupola? Pretty good view, isn't it?
It is a good view. And
is this what the Netflix series is going to be about?
Yeah, I'm
I'm sure you'll see a lot of that.
I'm sorry, I almost said something. I just not going to say that. I just, because here I am again thinking that somehow.
But it is funny because a lot of the flat earthers are always saying when it comes to the space station, well, they're not high enough. They're not high enough. They're only 200 miles up.
Yeah.
Well, look, they were like 360. They're still,
Is there ever a time you think, could we send civilians to go visit the space?
Yeah, the Russians are doing that now. They sold a seat. They're carrying some tourists up to the space station. And, NASA wasn't big on that, and they said, "Hey, our compartment will do what we want to do. We're selling some seats." So.
Greg, do you remember that arcade called Space Station that we used to go to when we were kids?
And Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise is trying to get NASA to let him go up and film a movie. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, the Russian tourists are filming a movie.
Why don't we tell Tom Cruise? Can you get us out the sequel?
Yeah, get us Top Gun too.
It's Top Gun out.
Do that. Show us that.
Concentrate
then we'll
on
talk
that.
about a seat, and we want to study you because you apparently are not aging like everybody else. You're in movies.
That's right,
Bubba. You used to be the face of tennis, right? And those days are kind of over. What about the face of space?
No
now?
question.
No, I'm cheering them on. I'm a cheerleader.
Face of
for
space. Think about it.
Face
Ace
of space.
What about Ace of Space?
That's funny. And whatever bunch is going up, like right now, it has all the SpaceX information on Bubba's forehead.
Yeah.
Website.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Hello, 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 and welcome. Glad you're here. If you're just now joining us. If you've been here a while, thank you for hanging out with us. All right, so creepy story.
Oh,
creepy.
Rick. Okay, so I read this story this morning, and I know it ain't real. But, man, it gave me the creeps. You know what I mean? The hair on my neck started standing up. This got Stephen King written all over it.
Well, these are the kind of things that, even like you say, Bubba, where you know it's probably just some sort of prank. It's dealing.
What do you mean probably?
Well, it may not be.
What you talking about, Willis?
But what I'm saying is this thing would affect me so bad mentally, I don't know that I could get past it. And so tell us what's happening with this story.
Do we have? Is this a package on it?
Is it? Oh my God!
No, it's just a picture.
Please look at this, Bubba. So these people were moving in. They moved into a house, right?
Well, they buy this house and they're going to remodel it. They've got a thing up under the steps they're trying to take out, and they find this Raggedy Ann doll in the wall, and it's holding a note.
Oh, my gosh.
And I wanted to give you the exact quote on it. I thought we had a package, so I had it pulled up.
Did you relax a minute?
Well,
look, here it is. There it is, Bubba.
Okay.
There it is.
It basically says, "Thank you for freeing me. My name is Emily. My original owners in this house lived in this house in 1961. I didn't like them, so they had to go away. All they did was sing and be merry. It was sickening. Stabbing was my choice of death for them, so I hope you have knives. Sincerely, hope you sleep well."
Are these kisses over here to the left?
I don't know what that is.
What do these X's mean?
I don't know.
What a weirdo.
But so basically, you're remodeling the house you bought.
Oh, my God.
You find a Raggedy Ann with a note inside that says, "I killed the previous owner."
I burned the house down.
I can't live there.
I know that's a joke.
It is a joke. But
Because
still.
the real estate people went back and said there was no record of a murder in that house. They had to clarify that.
And I don't believe a Raggedy Ann can pull it off.
And that piece of paper,
Raggedy Ann represents who did it.
The piece of paper didn't look too tattered, like it was old or anything.
Yeah, but look
I wonder if somebody.
But you got to admit.
That's a good
creepy.
one. That's a good one.
That's creepy.
And I'm like you, Rick. I don't know if I stay at that point.
I can't get it out of my mind. I mean, I'm at that point now where I'm like, yeah, it's a joke. But I just can't.
Yeah.
When you're laying there at night sleeping, you
and
hear
look,
noises.
Like what else is in the wall?
Raggedy Anns are scary anyway.
They are.
Yeah.
But this particular one is super scary.
So if you're a prankster, say they
Emily.
clean this out, they say we don't believe any of this, they remodel the house, and then about 2 months later, you find a Raggedy Ann doll and you lay it in the kitchen, don't you? I mean,
yes, you do.
Oh, I'd never stop with the Raggedy Ann stuff, but it would blow back on me, and then it'd get in my head.
But one of the things I thought was strange, see how the hole they knocked out when they were going to take this wall out? They just knocked out a hole right where the doll was.
Yeah.
I thought that looked suspicious.
There you go, Bubba.
Here we go.
There we go.
Hey, I
See
want
what
to
he
go
does to
viral.
people.
What did that take us? 90 seconds?
but
We
look
figured it out.
I want to go viral.
But look, I mean, Monk would say the same thing. Why did you knock out a hole that looks like that? It even looks like little ears on it.
Well,
Exactly where the doll is when you start your demolition. That
Okay.
doesn't
at
make
what
sense.
point would you stop and take a picture?
Or-
Would you wait till you see what it was and
Or I knocked the hole out where it was, and then I placed her in there, and I did it all.
That's what I'm
You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
I
See-
punched the hole, then I reached in there,
set
I
her
set
just
it up.
right, and then
yeah.
took the
If the
Yeah.
wall had been
we're gonna
tore,
find out it's a fake job.
the sheetrock had been tore off, like the way you would do it if you were really doing a demolition. You might see, but see that hole is just perfect for where the doll's.
Well, what I would do,
unless they heard a knocking in there and knocked the hole right there.
Well, or it was all made up just so people like us would talk about it.
Yeah.
Well,
guys, I hate to say it, but that's pretty much the running thing nowadays. That's very common.
You came in here saying it was real earlier.
I'm scared of it.
Well, let me say this: if it's an inside job, and I'm this serious about it, I go to the kitchen, I get the biggest, sharpest knife I can find, and I say, if somebody has done this, you knock the hole in the wall and set this doll in here, I'm gonna stab everybody in here. And somebody's going to have to admit that you did this. I got to have somebody admit this. And then when somebody says, when somebody says, yeah, I did that, I said, okay, then I put the knife up and we all move on.
You don't even swing it at them?
No, I wouldn't do that. But but what I would say is, we're not going to go another 24 hours until somebody tells me who did this.
Whether Raggedy Ann.
Because I got to know. I mean, I can't go on with that. You know, yeah, one of y'all think y'all being funny. Deep down, please, somebody admit it. Please, so quick, admit it. I got to get this off my plate.
On.
Would you stay there?
No, would I stay there? No. If it was real.
Well, let's say that you were remodeling the house and you did tear the wall off and you wasn't part of the scam and you saw that had to freak you out.
Sure.
Oh, my goodness.
Like, I'm leaning towards scam, but if it's real, yeah.
All right, what about if you could fit in that little hole, you got to crawl in that hole and you got to sleep with her. Just laid up in there.
All right, if you're remodeling your kitchen,
$5,000.
This is somebody. Yeah. This is somebody telling somebody to do this
for the weekend.
If you're remodeling your kitchen, look, put one of these in the empty space in the corner cabinet for the next guy.
Nothing but Munchausen.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's just kind of leaving us something for the next person.
Rick, next.
Funny though.
Next.
Over the line.
Yeah.
Have you noticed when it comes to dolls?
You were right. Who was it brought up that the paper didn't look that old? See.
Yeah.
That
would have been yellowed.
Right. Are y'all like
tattered
me when it comes to dolls though?
I don't like a spooky doll.
Do you agree the more primitive the doll, the scarier it is?
Oh
yeah. The older,
right. Yeah,
like it's been through a lot.
Yeah.
It kept surviving.
And just
maybe it's part of its hair chewed off or something.
Yellow look about it.
Because some people say the more they look real, the worse scary they are. I disagree.
No.
I think the more primitive they are, like that's what it bothers about Raggedy Ann. I mean, the eyes are just button like things, and I don't. The more primitive, the more scary.
That's why Speedy punched that mannequin. It scared him.
There it is.
If y'all ever heard your doll like talking to you, like just picture that.
Well, what am I doing with a doll?
Well, let's say it's one of your kids, okay? And I know you got. I get your situation. Just dream with me here.
All right.
All right. And you walking by, and all of a sudden you hear it talking to you. Would you bring that in and say, guys, I got to tell y'all something?
Well, I wouldn't just keep going. No.
No. I mean, would you investigate it yourself?
That's
or would
why
you
I never
come
let my
running in
kids.
first time.
That's why I never let my kids have Teddy Ruxpin. I don't need animals talking.
No.
I remember the first time I saw that commercial, I thought that ain't good.
No, and it never fails. These kind of things always go off on their own.
Yeah.
And it's bad when it happens.
Yeah.
But I never really liked the Chucky movies.
No,
although they were more
never got
tongue in
into
cheek
that.
than real. But I was never scared. I don't think a doll could take me.
Nah.
Careful.
I don't want to fight a doll because that's creepy. But in the end, I think I can hold my own.
What about
Unless it snuck up
Chucky?
on me.
Chucky's fast.
Chucky's he's an evil little guy, but I just
With
never
a little
them
knife.
little overalls. I never thought he could get me.
No, I'm actually more concerned about like it not even not
Teddy
even
Ruxpin.
Yeah,
that Ted?
Boy, that'd freak you out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's
So you know how we always come in off air. We're talking about our weekend. Would y'all bring it up? Like, hey.
No, it'd be after the show. I'd just huddle some people up and go.
Yeah, if I had a talking doll.
No, I'd tell y'all I'd call y'all on the spot and say, get over here. We got to get something done here.
Listen, one night, Lisa and I woke up.
Bring your
I don't even
weapons.
think Chandler was born. She may have been. And there was something going off in Taylor's room. It was like playing a nursery rhyme or something. And we could not figure out where it was coming from. It ended up being some toy.
Yeah.
But it scared me to death.
Oh, it's
It was
horrible.
pitch black in her house. And Lisa's like, "Did you hear that?" And it's like, and I went in there and couldn't find it. Because I thought it was on one thing, and I picked it up. It didn't even have that song on it. I was like, oh, my God. Oh, my, something different. Scared.
Bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. Let's get you in here and chat with you before the hour is done. Cook's Pest Control and Centricon. Unbeatable combination. You want to protect that home against them and termites. Cook's Pest Control and Centricon build a fortress around the property, but also they help you with the month-to-month, just overall pest control, and they do an incredible job. Put them to work for you. How about a no-obligation evaluation of your property? Hey, contractors, they also will do this for new home construction if you would like. Now, there's no obligation for you to use them when you get that free evaluation. Now, we think you should because they do an incredible job for us. So go to cookspest.com. That's cookspest.com. And you can sing with us. Looky, looky, looky. Here comes Cookie. Cook's Pest Control. All right, so a couple of other things that we looked at. Over the weekend, Friday through Sunday, once again, I know we're in a pandemic, but one of the pandemics that may be the most dangerous is trying to survive Chicago.
Oh, boy.
Over the weekend, 40 shot. 40 have been shot in Chicago. And Governor Lori Lightfoot still there in charge.
And let's take a look at them gun control rules that they have. They're probably pretty strict.
They're through the roof.
Some of the tightest in the country. Really, seriously.
Hey, guess what? It's not working.
If you had to be dropped off without any communication, any defense, had you rather be dropped off in the south side of Chicago on the weekend or in Afghanistan?
I got to tell you, I like my chances in Afghanistan.
Your odds are actually better.
Yeah, they really are. Let me tell you something. I saw Babylon Bee back when we were doing this at the height of all the disaster in Afghanistan, and they said that Afghanistan had moved to the second most dangerous airport behind O'Hare. That's a good one. Second, not first. Which is so good. I love them so much.
I mean, it's sad, but look at the numbers.
Right,
Just look at the numbers.
Yeah.
Alarming.
I like a Republican. I love the one I saw, and this has been a couple of days back. Republicans call for the impeachment of whoever's telling Biden what to do.
Yeah,
we're not sure who it is.
Whoever is in charge.
Whoever it is. Hey, boy.
Let's go to
Joe. Looked good on his bike.
Yeah, his little bike helmet.
Good. He's out there. Ding, ding.
That's not a good idea. Him riding a bicycle.
No,
not with all the other stuff going on. Are you kidding me?
Jordan in Huntsville.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
Jordan, what's on your mind, buddy?
What's going on, guys?
You?
Just a funny billboard that I saw going up to Penn State. We flew into Baltimore, and going up to Pennsylvania, there was a billboard that said, make the Taliban great again with Joe Biden with the bazooka on it.
That's making the Taliban great again.
By the way, I sent the article to Speedy and Bubba. I thought it was pretty funny.
Well, we never got to that at the end of last week. We had it, but they found the guy that actually paid for the billboard and everything.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Pretty funny. I will tell you
this. Elon Musk.
For those of you out there that are always standing up, and rightfully so, women should be treated equal. Taliban stops girls from returning to secondary school. So education of women over.
They don't like women to be educated.
And they actually had a Afghan's women's ministry, and they now have removed all the women that were in charge of the women's ministry with an all-male vice and virtue department.
Well, I mean, we're surprised.
This is not a Babylon Bee headline.
Are we surprised?
This is not a.
Rick, this is the kinder, more gentler Taliban. Don't forget that.
This is Taliban 2.0.
They're business-like.
Yeah.
So,
and I guess you saw.
They just beat you with a stick as opposed to setting you on fire.
That's right.
Yeah.
Gosh, that's good.
I guess it was after the show. The Pentagon Friday issued a statement that when they said they bombed ISIS-K in Afghanistan, they killed a family, 10 civilians.
Was this the drone deal?
Yeah. I mean, right after it came out, there were reports that. Hey, this was just a guy that works with an aid relief group and his family. And the Pentagon investigated and said, we hit the wrong guy. And there was a secondary explosion, appeared to be a propane tank in the back of the car or something. Now, I don't know if the guy, maybe he was, had some dual part of this, but at least what they're saying, it looks like they just
they said there was a mistake.
About ISIS-K.
Who we killed was an aid worker for a California-based nonprofit. He and his family, he was his family's only income. We killed him in the drone strike, and also they're saying that the United States owes us a home that you blew up, and we had 10 loved ones who were killed by the strike.
Wow.
So,
Oops. Whoops.
Whoopsie daisy.
Somebody miscalculated.
Let's go to John in Florida. John, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I had a question for Bubba because I kind of know he's up to date on this governmental stuff. I heard from Glenn Beck and another source that Pelosi is in charge of what they're calling the Capitol Police.
Yeah.
She has got that to where it cannot be regulated by the government. So she's giving this big group of money, like $1.something billion. She's going to send Capitol Police to Florida and to some other states,
stormtrooper,
whereas they can look in on senators and other things. Do you feel like this is an overreach to where she will possibly be having these Capitol Police in charge of the voting and things in these states?
John, I don't know. I haven't heard all of that, so I couldn't really comment on it. If that was true, certainly it would be an overreach, but I feel like that may be, maybe an exaggeration of the facts at this point.
Yeah. So
here come the stormtroopers.
Well, I mean,
get ready for the email. Get ready for the email. Bubba's a sellout.
Bubba is kissing rump.
Bubba.
I don't know anything about that story. I haven't heard anything.
Yeah, I don't either. Let's go to.
That's what they told me to say.
Brad in Fort Payne. Brad, go ahead.
Hey.
Hey, buddy.
Your turn.
Yeah, I was going to tell you I had COVID twice. Hadn't had the vaccine. And I also had a story about speed.
Okay, go ahead.
Well,
what do you say?
There's a story about speed.
About it now, but about 25, 26 years ago, maybe more, I went to the club and I found Speedy in there with my girlfriend.
All right.
He went to the what?
That's not.
And who was that whistling in the
Yeah,
background?
I don't know.
Was that how he stalks?
I had COVID 6 times,
Every
4
time he-
vaccines,
Every time he quit talking, there was a whistle. What
I
was
know.
that?
and some nose spray.
He sounded like that gopher character from the cartoon. I don't know what that was about.
Somebody check on Ryan.
I don't know what that
Called
was.
Speedy. We called him Friendly Speedy.
That's not true.
Look, there's nothing that
Long
sends
time ago.
there's nothing that sends a panic over any member of the show when someone pulls a story. And I said, I think it was about 30 years ago. It was like,
Hey, get ready for anything.
Cut. Oopa loopa.
Oopa loopa. Anything that goes
Anything.
less. If it is more than 25 years ago, I
Yeah.
won't take the call.
Yeah. It could finish with he was a nice guy, but I'll never get there.
Boom. That's my cutoff.
Yeah, I think we ought to go 10.
Rick, I remember one time I ran into you. When was it? Was it before 96? Yeah, we're done.
Out. Out of here.
You got to go. Let's go to Elizabeth in Aniana. Elizabeth, go ahead.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Elizabeth.
Yeah, I'm a nurse, and I just wanted to get y'all's opinion on something. I haven't had COVID, and I'm terrified of the vaccine, especially since all of the new side effects are starting to surface. I just wondered what y'all think about that.
Now, what side effects are now beginning to surface?
Well, I downloaded a reliable news source, and now they're saying that a potential for blood clots, especially in young males, which I'm a female. But
I started to say you wouldn't really apply to that, would you?
Well, but we know
They've
that,
had that anyway.
we know the blood clot situation is also a result of COVID.
Yeah.
That's one of the things you got to check for too.
Mm-hmm.
So what? Yeah, I was going to ask you, what is it that terrifies you of the vaccine? You just think that the potential for side effects is more than you want to consider?
Well, first of all, I don't trust the government. Second of all, it was developed so fast. I mean, look at how long they took to develop polio, measles, mumps, rubella, and nobody really knows the long-term effects of it. And I'm just terrified of putting something into my body that has a 99% rate of survival.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, but now, first of all, the rush to market is a little bit exaggerated. This technology we were working on.
Yeah, it's been worked on since the 80s.
have a lot of data
the
since-
messenger RNA, and they just basically geared it up for COVID. And plus, then you've got J&J. They have the more traditional vaccine. Elizabeth, I would just look. I'm not a doctor, and I would talk to your doctor. But I'm not concerned. I'm not in fear of the vaccine. And if you haven't had it, I think it's probably a good idea. In other words, if you haven't had COVID and have natural antibodies, I think it's probably a good idea to get it.
Yeah, well, I asked my doctor's office if they would test me for the antibodies because, like I said, I work in a facility that has had COVID. I treated several COVID patients, and I've never gotten it. So I just wondered if I developed antibodies from that.
Maybe, yeah. I would have, if you can have it checked, I'd have it checked. And, again, what you said about long-term effects, but, we also don't know the long-term effects of COVID either.
Yeah.
So, we're just in one of those situations where I think all of us like to have really, really solid, man, this is how it's going to be if I have the disease. This is how it's going to be if I have the vaccine. This is how it's going to be if I take ivermectin. This is how it's going to be if I get infusions. And really all we can do is give you some good guesses at this point. We're kind of going to be the guinea pigs that will help a generation beyond us because we're going to be the experiment. We try different things and see what can work. But right now, the survival rate is really high. But also at the same time, the chances of side effects from the vaccine don't seem to be all that high either. It seems to be relatively safe as of right now, and it does seem to have, to help you not have a bad experience with it. Now, there's going to be exceptions, like I said, and I think natural antibodies, are providing that too. So I'd find out first if I had that, and then if you don't, it's I think the vaccine safety. Nobody can make that decision for you. The government shouldn't make that for you. You'll just have to make that yourself with as much information as you can get.
And Elizabeth, we've had 2 members here that have had the vaccine. We have several wives that have had it. So, if we had any fear of that, I think we would have literally laid in the road and tried to prevent them from getting it if we were concerned about it, and we did not.
It is 13 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
8 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. All right, a couple of things that we haven't covered today, and one of them is the French tightrope walker Nathan, is it Paulin? Where's Sherry when I need her? So anyway, so he suspended, and I hate when they use the metric system, 70 meters above the ground. We're in America, we don't do meters.
Yeah, that's, say about 3 feet a meter.
They tried that big push.
Equal to a yard, but not exactly.
How
but
high
close
up
enough
is
for
he?
us.
How high up is he?
That's 200 something.
All right, now, Greg, you were asking. It doesn't look like he has any.
No, he does. He's got something dragging behind him.
He does.
Greg.
He does.
How about that, though? I still don't go. I could have a crane and a bodysuit on tied to it. I still don't want to get out on that.
He's walked above ground from the Eiffel Tower, and then where's he going? And there's wait a minute,
over to some building.
So are the French back outdoors again? I see people out there. Are they?
They are.
Okay.
Hit me with it. I mean, I'm not saying it's not impressive, but I mean, back in the old days, they didn't have no fall protection.
They were.
It cost Granddaddy Melinda.
Now he doesn't have a pole he's using to balance with either.
No, it's tough to watch.
I mean, that makes a big difference.
Barefooted.
Yeah, that's huge.
Can I tell you this? But I'm telling you,
all those French people were working on submarines, but they got to come out and watch.
That's funny. I just don't think that a tightroper should have a safety harness on. It takes away the whole thing.
It kind of does. I mean, I don't want
really.
to
What I'm
fall.
seeing is I'm trying to keep from falling and hanging from a wire.
Yeah,
because I mean,
you know what it is, Rick? Death defying. Yeah. If you don't have
right now, I'm just trying to show you that I can walk across a wire. That's
there
really
you
it.
go.
I'm
you
not
can
in
just
any
do
da-
that 5 feet off.
Yeah, I'm not in danger.
No.
Why get up so high?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, now do I want to fall and be caught in a harness? I really don't. But I mean,
no,
but still,
that's not fun either.
But I mean,
but
but
the fact that you don't fall shows you're skilled. But
oh no,
but it's not
impressive.
death defying
No, it's
anymore.
not.
It used to be a death defying trick. Remember that was a term.
It would be like me getting in, and I come in. I say I'm a lion tamer, and I come out, and all the lions have been declawed and teeth have been taken out.
Exactly.
I mean, I'm in here popping some lions around.
I got them jumping on that little stool,
and that's impressive. But am I really in danger?
Yeah, that's a great point.
I might get loved to death.
Because this whole Melinda, when I watched Melinda do all that stuff, and it's once it gets started, it is. But once it gets started, you're like, well.
All right. So, but these, I guess these areas that some of them are walking are, do you think because they have to have the permission?
Yes, exactly.
And
well, Linda
sign
has
off
been on
doing
record.
it, they say you have to be tied down.
Because Melinda's been on record. He said, I don't want fall protection.
Right.
But they will not let him do this without that.
I just wonder if maybe they go and do it and
I got
go
all
somewhere
that.
obscure where they didn't have to have permission.
Yeah, that's what they should do.
Yeah.
It's like these artists saying, I'm not going to play here if you're going to require everybody to take a vaccine.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you're going to require me to be in a safety harness, I'm going to walk somewhere else.
Yeah.
I'm going to take my rope and I'm headed down.
We're
the road
even
here.
making tightrope walking safe. We don't want anybody. We don't want anything bad to happen there.
Hit me with but again, it takes away from
it's not
the people with the classics that did it.
Yeah.
Old man Melinda, that the high wind caught him.
Well, he's dead as a wedge, but we knew then when he went down, wow, that was death defying.
Sure was.
I mean,
guess
Evil
what?
Evil Knievel didn't have a safety rope on him.
I want y'all to
we
picture
see him wadded up like a pretzel.
Yeah. What if
Broke
we
up like
what if
a
we
chip.
look, Greg?
His leg was going one way.
Yeah. What would you think? What would you think if somebody said, "Hey, there's a jump coming up"? I said, "Really?" They said, and you look, and there's a huge safety net underneath it. And like if they don't make the jump, they just kind of bounce up and get out. I mean, come on, man.
Listen, Evil. He put his body on the line, son.
It's not a daredevil thing. If you're Greg, there's old man Melinda again.
I can't.
And for some
watch
reason,
this again.
And for some reason, he decided to. I guess he was on his way to church.
I know. He's got his Sansevilt jeans on and his button down.
Oh, great.
Y'all, he's about to
You
die.
would think he'd have on circus clothes.
Right.
Great. He just fell and died.
He did.
But you know
at
what?
what point did he go, oh, wow?
It was a windy day.
Yeah.
You know, at what point did he think, oh, wow?
Well, the first thing is you go out there and the wind's blowing, howling. You go, I think I'll walk later.
It's okay to call it off, by the way.
Yeah. He'd done it so many times, though, he thought, I can do it.
But he has miscalculated the wind here.
Oh, bless
well,
his
look
heart.
at it, just a shaking.
Yeah.
At what point do you just try to sit down?
Well, right here, apparently.
Oh,
but if you sit down, what happens? I mean, that's not the best way to.
Guys, oh no, oh bless his heart.
I'm laughing at Rick. I'm not laughing at Man Paul.
Well, people don't know
What are you talking
that.
about? What did I do?
Right now, evidently, when he's sitting down.
Well, he said at one point, "Do you trust it?" I said, "Apparently, right now." Right. I mean, it's a truthful statement.
It
right,
is.
Right.
Golly, have a bad day.
Matter of fact, I can answer that question
But
about right in here.
Of course, now his says
about right in here.
right here.
But look, you're not right if you go out on that wire to begin with.
But now Nick, the one that does it now, he redid that, and I think him and his mom either climbed over his sister. Well,
Yeah, I remember
We know they did that in New
and
York.
they did it.
wasn't
Now, they
Yeah.
didn't have any fall protection on when they redid this one.
I just think that tightrope is if it's a safety harness, it's just not the same.
It's not. It's tightrope with safety harness.
It's kind of like a skill then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it is.
It's not death defying.
It's not death defying. It's
You
just
got a
watching
lot
me
of
walk.
balance. You got incredible balance.
Yeah. I'm impressed. Now, right here is in this where practice went bad.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
I mean, you don't have so many people on the wire.
Please look. I mean, you got
Yeah,
up there.
they
For some
all
reason,
fell.
Snow White's up in the top.
Yeah.
See, that's what the Wallendas were famous for, the big pyramid.
Oh gosh,
Came
that's
crashing down, took a few of them out.
Yeah, it did. Now when it comes down,
She's a bad one.
but you know what that makes it? Death defying.
Death
Yep.
defying.
Oh yeah.
It does.
Yep.
I mean, it's just we're taking everything and we're making.
We really are.
What's the scariest thing y'all have ever done?
Oh, I don't
Anything
wanna
like that?
Well,
Anything?
Nothing I can talk about.
Well,
Okay.
bungee jumped that time, and it
Yeah, I
wasn't like
bungee
at an
jumped.
official place.
Yeah, I
it was
bungee
this
jumped.
crane in the middle of the field. that-
Speedy, I used to
that somebody
tower
had just
climb.
set
That's
up.
scary enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm with you on that.
Yeah, I did a bungee jump over a field.
I look back now and think, what was I thinking?
But there's numerous things. But that was a different day.
When y'all were little, did y'all ever climb to the top of a tree and couldn't get down?
As far as you could go up.
Oh yeah.
Like a cat.
And get up in this swing.
Top of the hour. Thanks for being with us. If our time together is done today.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick